And it says we're live, so let's see. Tom, yes, a little bit earlier today. Not a lot earlier, but a little bit earlier, which is, you know, slightly different than normal. But, we're doing it, you know? Perfect, I got sound on that. So yeah, I figure we're gonna kind of bounce around this island today. I asked the Grok machine on X to kind of give me ideas for different places in Japan. Gave me a handful for the island down here whenever we get to that. But we had such a long fucking day yesterday that I think we're gonna keep it relatively short today. Slower helicopter, 206B3. I'm super comfortable in that thing. Kind of go around here, what I think we may do, just for sake of time after we check out this mountain a little bit. I think I'm going to drop in here, top off on fuel, and that should have us good to get down here. There's also a air museum. This is a military base, or else I would land here. But there's an air museum here. So I'm curious if there's anything neat that's going to render in there. There are no shenanigans. We are shenanigan free for many days. This is pure business here, Berlin. Oh, you are the shenanigan master, though. The shenanigan purveyor. So, yeah, maybe there will be. But hopefully, pretty standard day. So yeah, we're going to be leaving from Nakashibetsu. We're going to be popping over this national park kind of here in the middle of the island. Probably swing and grab a fuel there, or we could grab a fuel down here. Either way, and then I'd want to kind of swing this way, hit the lake. We got another one of these bad boys here. We could even follow the shore around. If, of course, it's only 2 mile per dot, a 15-mile crossing there. Yeah, not too bad. Pretty simple day compared to the past couple of days. What about a fine line? We are here to commit shenanigans. Let me go and hop in real quick, so that way I can see what our server is. I'll put that in the description in case somebody shows up and wants to fly along. Weather looks clear, 5-knot headwind, not too bad. Knocking on wood, but I am looking forward to some clear days over land with stuff around us. Hello. Ready to fly? So let's hit the start button real quick. Let's see what our server is. Multiplayer servers, automatic East USA. So I can hit edit. East USA. Save, so that should have updated y'all's description. Which now means I should be able to pull that up and check that to make sure. Oops, I need to change one thing in the description. I do notice that. It still says Russia made interesting. We're not in Russia anymore. Switch account. No, not switch account. Studio. Bear with me for just a second because I'm irresponsible. First shenanigans, poo poo pee pee. It's pee pee poo poo. You're already shenaniganing the wrong way, which might even be the point of it. It might even be the point, since you said it backwards. Save. There we go. Perfect. I'm happy. Okay, let's get into this. I'm glad everybody's here. Oh yeah, there's also another thing I want to do. Cool, let's see. I'm straight in my thing. Okay. Resume. In this, it is lobby purgatory. Where's my door handles? Give me my door handles, please. Let's see, let's move that out of the way a little bit. I'm literally just clicking buttons everywhere. Or if I can find the backseat one. God, that's so dumb. Boom! I clicked something somewhere. This is great. There's fuel in one of the helicopter fuel. I'm so lost. These shenanigans are already out of control. Why doesn't it like the something just gives me like a handle to play with? Oh well, I'll mess with that later while we're flying. There's sugar. Well, there's only one helicopter here. So, we may be in bad shape. I would hope so, honey. Let's see. Let's get started. Battery on. Get everything starting. Let's not listen to the horn. There you go, Tom. I was waiting for you to say something. Let's see. Position lights. We'll do the front doors off. The back doors, it makes it relatively loud. And I'd still want you guys to hear me mildly. You know? A little bit. Fuel's on. Everything else is good. Click the starter. Watching our N1. Oh. Got the throttle turned up just a little bit while it's doing its thing. Belen, he's here every day, okay? Oh, getting shaky screen already. Off to a good start. Slowly turning our torque up, or slowly turning our rotor RPM up the throttle. Power's gone straight to his head. I give him the lead to give me a course through Australia. I give him a mod, and now he's turning everybody off. Get out of here. This is Tom's stream. Nobody else is here to enjoy it but me. Let's see. Everything's looking good. We are topped off on fuels and stuff. Let's see where that. Okay. Move that slightly in to scoot myself slightly sideways, up a little bit. We're still without Elaine. It is a good day. We can turn our cheater brackets off. And, let's go. Let's do this, guys. Day 20. How absolutely stupid am I to be doing this 20 days in? We're just in Japan. Only on our 4th country in 20 days, but we kind of got the big ones out of the way to begin with. The next big one's going to be Australia. I mean, we'll do like 2 or 3 days here, but that's just because we're playing tourist a little bit. Goodbye, whatever airport you are. Much obliged. We're going to skadoodle. It went quiet in chat after he said he was kicking everybody. It's made from 100% real Pope. I mean, they do have an excess useless one at this moment, so why not? Why not use real Pope, you would think? What a beautiful landscape now that it's not fucking raining where I can't see 30 feet in front of me. I don't want to jinx myself again. Knock on wood. So why does the color of the smoke change, and what's the deal with that? Do they have like different, do they save like popes or like the older ones that have been around for a little bit? Do they like keep them? Or the old used ones and then they change smoke color throughout the time? Or do they just like throw something else in with him? But then that wouldn't make it 100% Pope. That's a question that we do need to answer. Don't hear too much about this northern island of Japan. It's not a very, I mean, I don't want to say not very popular, not very known or whatever, but you just, everything is like the main island or down in the south. It's a Catholic gender reveal. I feel like everything on this northern island is just kind of like unknown. It's part of Japan. I'm sure they all love it. It's just a very unknown section of land, comparatively. Like, we get south of here, and I've got, like, 40 fucking places, waypoints, to plug in. Which one's Sapporo? Yeah. We are on the northernmost island currently. We got a lot of little places to bounce around and check out. Not a lot. It's a lesser number on this island for sure. But we got some places to bounce around and check out. Right now I'm kind of heading due west to the national park. Okay. You trying to figure out commands? I don't even know how that works. I don't even know if there's something that I need to set up in the chat or whatever. I have no idea. I wish I could tell you. I don't even think I have anything set up. I don't know what I have to do on my own for it. It's Asian Canada for most of it, but they make the best ramen. Isn't Sapporo the pizza place? change it to a ramen place. I don't even know what that is, Berlin. My phone's too far away. I'm not even gonna pick it up and try and figure that out. Looks like a snowman with a moon behind him and he's smoking a joint. I guess that's what it looks like from 3 foot away. A box with an owl in it is what that looks like. Are you 7? Do you know how to use, like, typing? No words, letters, the English language? Fun fact, did you know there are no hieroglyphs inside of the pyramids? Sapporo makes beer. So, Sean, which is it? Do they make ramen, do they make pizza, or do they make beer? You found stickers. Sean, how old is she? And I did kind of start sketching up a t-shirt. I need to actually sit down and do that. Because it'll be direct garment, so it's not like I'm investing money in anything. It'll just be something that's available to purchase through a website or something like that. Which I do need to start another website. I do have the channel LLC. What does Illy make? It's a pizza pasta. Matt, do you know you made me manager mod? I think you're just standard. The only one I have as manager is Jake. Which, no offense to Tom, but I think right now the only managing one I would do, because I'm probably going to take it off Jake since he's busy doing live stuff, would be Sean, just because he's somebody that I can go and like beat his ass in person. But I also don't know if there's different permissions or whatever. I honestly need to look into it. I think Jake's the only managing one right now, just because he was the first mod that I did since he was on episode 1, I think. Mods can't block mods. What's the difference between managing mod and standard mod? I don't think my chat's big enough for that to mean anything. Or can they do like polls or something like that? Or is there like some superpower that managing mods have? Comes with commands. What commands do they have? I'll make Sean and Tom and let Berlin just keep being a peasant. But that's the way it should be, Berlin. You have a lot of responsibility at work, which you are misusing, by the way. I still haven't been hired in some sort of position. You've yet to tell me any of those. I'm very upset about that, by the way. Oh, Sean, did I tell you that, I know I messaged you and said AI was trying to snipe me again. But, because I told you when Dave had messaged me about Prime having some, helicopter bodies they were looking to get rid of. But anyways, then Lucas texted me when I messaged you this last time, and he's like, dude, we need another panini machine. I was like, did y'all break it? It's literally the cheapest thing on Amazon. But then he said something, he's like, yeah, we need you to deliver one in person or whatever. I was like, you're just trying to snipe me, I'm not gonna fucking fall for it. He's like, dude, I'm the boss now, come on, it's great. And I sent him a picture from my last paycheck where it had my taxes taken out. And like just my taxes taken out of my last check from Will Trent on the last week of shooting was like It's $1,700 of taxes. And I was like, this was from like a 4.5-day week. So unless y'all are going to start getting close to this, then I don't think it's worth my time to come out there. But yeah, apparently they have a girl there. Georgia Plane Spotting, what up? Well, he sent me his check, and the check from Tom finally cleared, so he can be a mod. This is a pay-to-win server. You can do polls, block other mods, block certain words. I'm gonna go shower, I'll be back. Cool. Go do your thing. Be naked or whatever. I don't know. Yeah, so apparently this, I think the girl is leaving for an amount of time, like 3 or 4 months. I'm assuming she's pregnant, and she's going on a maternity leave. And with that being a thing, then it's like, okay, cool, they need somebody to pick up slack for a few months. So it's like, okay, cool, I get that, but I'm still going to ask for the same rate that whoever the longest running person in there is. No, we're going over a lake, actually. If everybody looks out the right window, Balloon's going to be hanging it off the left side. And you can just do it over the lake. You want to do it from this height, or you want me to get lower? This is a volcanic lake, by the way, so I can't guarantee our safety when you do that. It could mix in some weird way with the sulfur and the ammonia of urine. I don't know. We'll have to be careful with that though, but it's a risk I'm willing to take because we do have a big ceiling fan above us, kind of keeping the any gases pushed down. Yep, this is Japan, the land of pizza, pasta, and beer, according to Sean. Feet on the skids. Hands on the handles. The windshield wipers ready. Are you aiming up? You could laying on your back trying to do this. Oh no, there's a pizza place called Sapporo's or something. And Sean obviously thinks anything called Sapporo's is related to this island. I don't think he said that specifically, but I'm just going to assume that's what he's inferring. You know, the Yakuza, they wear white t-shirts and gold chains with crosses on them, and they kind of talk with their hands out in front of them like bippity boppity, I'm the Yakuza, boppada. Yeah, exactly, same thing. Subaru. There we go. Real mall girlies. Malls don't exist anymore. Where's Hello Kitty? You mean Elaine? I don't know where she's at. We've got... What are we naming this dude? Because I think he rides along whenever we do the 206s. And nobody's in the back, so we don't need to worry about that. We get the iPad for nav, as avionics are hard to see. Add a mod to have Hello Kitty as your co-pilot. Yeah, I'm quite zoomed in on that right now. When we land, I'll readjust the zoom on that because I'll have to pop out of VR mode. But if this helps, we're right there right now. Showing a relatively long trip today. I may cut it short a little bit because I'm just kind of wanting to explore some. And Vladimir, this is an American helicopter, not flying a freaking MI or something. Vladimir. Dave, Hans. Yeah, see the single syllable names are solid. Elaine's 2 syllables. That's probably why we don't like her. It doesn't have any facial hair. What kind of idiot are you? I'm offended. Yeah, for tomorrow or whatever, I'll look into to mod things and figure out what different levels are and what they do and all that. Because this is all new to me, you know. Cool little island over there. I'll tell you what, it's nice to have stuff to look at. That's for sure. Sorry, guys. Mr. Chow. What sort of guy shaves his facial hair? It looks like it could have enough shadow to where like he could grow it. But he just chooses not to for some reason. You just don't like Elaine because she denied your flight head request. Hans has no such concerns. No. Hans can leave my cyclic alone. And it's not flight head, it's called heli head. Or rotor blow. So get your terminology right. I'm not mad at this island though. Definitely going to be some volcano type stuff. I think we're dropping by like 3 of them today, if not more. Which I'm sure all these are former calderas from some point. They're just old and eroded away. Which is actually something I'm going to do once we get up here and find a bit more of a level spot. I'm going to go pop a couple of pills and sniff some stuff to maybe get rid of this allergy. There's something in the air today that's making my nose a bit runny. You can't tell. What do you think? Do we have the climb rate for this? Am I just slowly milking it? helicarrier at 90% power. Pretty good. There ain't shit for places to land, of course. No, I don't think of Japan being this big. Or at least just the northern island, you know, it's like you see, you always read, you always hear like, oh, Japan's an island. And I just have that thought process in my head that, yeah, Japan's just an island. Think of it as a bigger place. Try to see if there's any helipads or anything nearby that we can drop on. We'll just have to do a wild landing somewhere. Ooh, got some speed here. Cool. They model blackouts in the sim like G-load blackouts. Or like blackouts as in you lose all your instruments. Or blackouts as in I take 37 Zyrtex to clear my nose in a fit of frustration. That kill you? What's the... Obviously a lot of medicines and bad stuff in there. That's why they say don't take 30 of them at a time. What is it in Zyrtec that's the killer ingredient, you know? Nah, B&E doesn't mean anything. B&E is just a myth made up by helicopter aerodynamicists to try to make them seem less exciting than they actually are. G-force ones, yeah, they do model G-force. You can, I think there's a setting for it actually. I've got it to do it to me before. Not in a helicopter. I think it was F-18 that had it do it, or maybe like the extra 330 or something. Yeah, actually I think B&E was invented by some airplane people because they wanted to make helicopters seem less cool than they actually are. Like, oh yeah, you can't go faster or else you'll just fall over. Like, oh man, that would be bad. You don't want to fall over with your helicopter, do you? Boy, we don't want you to take our job completely with our small airplanes. That would be bad. So they just make up B&E. This is what I needed here. I needed a day of mid-speed, low mountain flying. Yeah, B&E's just and they just know that us helicopter people, you know, we train in the slow aircraft, obviously. So like we don't know how to handle anything that goes faster than whatever speed. It'd be like Ferrari being like, oh yeah, you know, if boy, you can only do like 78 miles an hour in this bad boy. No, it can do more. You're just trying to make sure they say don't go fast, that way you don't die. There's what? There's an R-22 that went in 140 back in the 90s. Jeez. Damage your liver if you have too many in a short time. His organs trying to filter out. Ah, gotcha. So it's a liver failure thing. Have you seen the R-22? I think. Is it like Critical? No, Critical Angle is the American guy. I think it's like Low Fuel or something is his YouTube name. But he rode along with a guy who did a turbine engine R-22. And it was able to just like like max performance takeoff straight up at like 0 airspeed, like straight up to like 1,000 feet with 2 people on board. That's the sort of buffoonery I want to be a part of. I want to pop in this field real quick so I can go run and throw some Flonase in my brain. Because I was not allergying one bit today until I sat down to do this. I forget which engine he said he had in it though. I mean, I'm sure it would have to mount a similar way. Unless they did a whole bunch of like airframe work. But I mean, when you're experimental like that, like why not? Instead of risking this thing just jumping around, I'll pause real quick. Okay, be right back. Let's see. Let's get back into VR zone. Make sure y'all can hear me again once I put the headset back on. Just get a lobotomy. It was an APU out of a jet that they had used. Okay, cool. That makes sense. Nice landing. Appreciate the person. Also, thank you for being in the stream today. Former fixed wing guy question, is there an aftermarket rotor blade, or is it mainly, Jesus, that scared the shit out of me, or is it mainly engine mods to get better performance? As far as I know, there's no aftermarket rotor blades like you see with airplanes changing props, going to like a Hartzell prop or whatever. I know there were some different blade options from the factory for like Robinson had a, not Robinson, MD had a dual tail rotor blade design that was there for like noise reduction and stuff. Tom just piped in on that. There's some aftermarket blades for certain aircraft, but it's hard to get them certified and they usually don't make a big difference yet. The helicopters are pretty straight and not really messed with. Until you get experimental with stuff, but even then it's still pretty limited because as far as I know, like the big limiting factor isn't the ability to put power into it, it's the ability to get the power to the main rotor blades. And then even at that, I mean, you hit different blade stall speeds and it just doesn't play well. Or at least with my... Oh, this nose is so annoying. At least with my like general understanding of how it all works. But yeah, so like you're limited by your main shaft and stuff like that, or it just can't handle the torque that you would be attempting to put on it. Like, sure, the engine can spin the blade at that higher RPM, or not higher, but like a higher collective demand. So, like right now, since we're in a zero repercussion machine, I can pull my collective all the way up, and you can see my torque. Well, let me point out the torque gauge real quick to you. So you can see we have the torque gauge here, which yellow line pops in like 85 to 100, and it goes all the way up past that. So when I add more pitch to the collective, it demands more and more torque. When I pull all the way up, we start getting huge torque into it, which bogs the engine down. And you can say like, okay, cool, why not get a bigger, better engine so you can pull more pitch? Well, the airframe is so greatly influenced and designed because of the design of the transmission, because of the engine and everything, where you would have to basically re-engineer the entire transmission and main shaft and whatever to handle that, because I'm sure there's an allowable percentage of torque management capabilities where like right now maybe this main shaft can safely handle 150% of what the engine torque can output, or what is a safe torque level or whatever, or 200% or something. I'm sure there's a level where it says like, okay, cool, we want this main shaft to handle the engine producing 200 foot-pounds of torque. But, or the engine makes 200 foot-pounds and the shaft should be able to hold up to 400 for like safety reasons or whatever. But if you put something more powerful in there, then you decrease your safety margin with it, which I think that's kind of the big stopping point for that. Some for the R22, but they aren't something they could manufacture a driveline though. Yeah. And upping the driveline would be, I think that would be the biggest thing if you were to do a full redo for something like that. Because I want to say MD just released a something for the 530. Maybe it was like, it might have been a mod kit for the round nose for like the 500. Like not the E model. But they just released like a performance upgrade kit. But I think it's kind of just like upfitting it to 530 parts. And I would assume with that it changes transmission and everything to be allowable as far as safety margin with the power and with the components and the driveline. There's better shaft seal designs today because of the CH-53s. The elaborate seals, I'm told, are air seals in name only. Like what Eurocopter did with the B3 Echo. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm sure there's better shaft seal designs. The 53 is just such a massive, massive fucking machine. And there's so much weight hanging underneath of that one bit. That one point is supporting so much weight. So when you are maneuvering a helicopter, I mean, you don't have the mast bumping issue of the tilting of the rotor head on the main shaft. But I think just because there's so much leverage on it, that it's going to allow the main shaft to kind of move inside of the seal a little bit. I don't think there's a way around that. I think that's just kind of a, oh, you want to make a helicopter that can lift up an entire Chinook underneath of it? Well, you're going to have to deal with this. That's my assumptions, though. Don't take that for gospel by any means. But the 53 is fucking huge. I love it, though. The hills are chilling out a little bit here. We've yet to get up to where the national park is up ahead of us, which it should get some more stout geography up there. I can throw some more power at it. I will say the 53 is the only helicopter I look at and say that's dope. First of all, fuck you. Second of all, the 53 is dope. Even if it's the older 2-engine model. The 3-engine one's super sick as well, but the older 2-engine model is still cool. Not Japan. Japan may have some, I don't know, but Germany does have some. And they have their Iron Cross on it. Damn, I forgot to reset that. Next build we get to, I'll pop out of VR real quick and zoom out on the iPad screen. Because right now all we get is this very zoomed in model, because I can't, they've yet to fix it where VR people can interact with it. But I'll look down here at the Garmin for a second for you so you can kind of see where we are. Current ETE, 3.5 hours, and that's with all my roundabout duping around and checking shit out, so I forgot to do that. I got so excited with my P and taking FAA banned substances before flying. By the way, I took a Zyrtec, so now legally, per the Federal Aviation Administration, I should not be in the operation of any sort of aerial vehicle. Zyrtec is a banned substance. Okay, let's do another hot landing. Here's the person over here in here. I've got another not cool one, just a smooth landing coming in for you here. This field, we'll kind of think about the apex kind of in the saddle of this mountain in front of us. Pinnacle-ish. It looks like there's no trees and it's relatively flat up there. Still doing over 100 knots. A little bit diesel though. That actually looks more sloped than what I want to deal with, so we're going to divert over to this bigger bit of rock. A little more flat. Little bounce. Approach was nice though. Okay, let's see. VR. Air links being silly as soon as I put it back on my face. I wish y'all could see exactly what I'm saying. It's suboptimal. Come on, free up. There we go. Cool. Looks to y'all like I was just sitting still, but really I was riding a roller coaster of my own there for a second. So yeah, put on a 5-mile thing there, so we'll... not really heading to an airport. We're kind of heading to a state park, then south into whatever the town is here. So we're going to... Initially, we're going to Dayatsuzan National Park. Which is kind of like the middle of the island there. And then we're going over to the town of Sapporo. They have a little airport there that we're going to touch down in and top off the tank. We're going to go down and hit those 2 lakes kind of before you get to the bay. And another one's one of the Cauldron Lakes. We're going to cross that bay directly to the south. And just south of Mori, there's another like national park thing. Cross over Hakode, and then we're going to head south onto the main island. Yeah, we're not doing a direct path today. Today, it's me exploring Japan, because I like Japan. I actually have a Japanese flag on my arm with the Toyota's original emblem from like the 60s tattooed on. And kind of wanted to just enjoy flying today. A little bit less about the destination today and more about the journey. So I mean, like, I haven't been on the flight director at all. We've been low, we've been having fun. I'll be cutting corners because I'm sure I don't need to go dead through the center of the national park here. I just kind of have it, the initial flight director kind of set up for that to take us directly there. So that's on the 5-mile bit right there. I wish I could do more zooming and stuff out with, but it's stupid that they haven't fixed that yet. But pretty much we're just going to be heading more or less dead west. Kind of straight this way will take us into the Natty Park. And we'll go through that quick. We call that Natty Light. Yeah, I really don't care for it in the neckbeard weeb way. I've watched 2 animes. I watched Initial D because I'm a car guy. And then I was talking to an extremely attractive woman at work one day, and I knew she watched anime. I was like, hey, I'm trying to pick a good first anime to watch. Would be a good one to get into. And she said, One Punch Man. I said, done. So I watched both seasons of One Punch Man. Other than that, I have not watched any anime. Don't care. My brother got into it, and he was like, oh, there's this one I watched where it's like, they eat, but like when they eat good food, like they have orgasms and it's funny. And I'm just like, he showed me a scene and it didn't do anything for me. It wasn't my taste, wasn't my style. Yeah. If you were looking at my Google Maps right now that I have set up for the next islands down, I've got like 5 or 6 racetracks on the course to go check out. We're going to go by the road that the Initial D road is based on. In Tokyo, there's like a big parking lot kind of underneath some highways and stuff, with like a big interchange thing. There's a big paved parking lot. We're going to go there, because there's usually big car shows and stuff there. And so it's just like a Japan for geology and geography, a Japan for automotive, And then so we can go dunk on Hiroshima and Nagasaki as well. Because we're doing it for guns and war. Because I do have both of those drop sites marked. So, why wouldn't I? Which, speaking of war and drop sites, we will be going over Afghanistan. So if you have any cool battle places in Afghanistan that you want to see from the air, Sean, then let me know. Also, we will be flying over the Indian-Pakistani border, so that'll be fun. But we're going to stay on the Pakistan side. Which is also funny, you look at flight radar, like the day before the first missile launch, and now that whole border area is just clear now. There's nothing over it. Definitely getting into more mountainy sort of areas for the park. Don't think we're in the park yet, and you can see everything up in front of us getting more cloud height. I'm gonna be able to dodge the missiles. I honestly don't think they'll be able to hit me, so I don't think it's gonna be a dodging game. But seriously though, Pakistan does have the ability to get rid of a whole bunch of call centers right now. And they could earn the favor of like the entire Western world. And they just do us this one favor. And I do have an online friend who's currently living Saudi, I believe. Like his family moved there when he was younger. But they're from India. And I was like, where are all the call centers at? Because he was talking about the missile only being up north. He's like, oh no, dude, all the call centers are up north. There's really nothing down down south in the bigger cities. So it's like, oh, perfect, dude. Can't wait. Yeah, you can smell the missiles coming. Just curry and fucking feces. I saw a video today, like an Instagram reel somebody sent me or posted or something, and it was the guy, and it was showing some clips from the missile attacks and stuff, like, this is really bad, it's happening right now in northern India, we need to stand up and fight for this. If you're a Indian living here in Canada, we all need to go back and we all need to stand up for the country that we came from and that we love. And then he accidentally turns the camera around. It's a white guy and he's like, oh! And he turns the camera back around real quick. But it's so wild because it's such a different way of living, a different way of life. Because you talk to, let's just say you're like me, generic white person, whatever. I don't want to live in an apartment with 4 other people. Like, I would consider doing an apartment with a couple of other people, but like not really, because like I got a dog. I don't want them to do that. Fucking guns. I have some expensive stuff and things that I just don't want to deal with a roommate. Unless it was like a really good friend or something. But I can't imagine, I can't comprehend the way that a lot of these like Indian immigrants will come in. And it's like a 2-person apartment. But I've seen like videos of like the police or medical stuff going in, like first responders or something, and it's like 8 people living in the living room, and like 6 per bedroom. And all everybody does is just go when they do work at hotel jobs, or whatever, like your stereotypical Indian employment that you can assume is basically what I've come to understand that they do. But they all find a super cheap apartment to rent or something, and then they all pack in there like sardines. So it's freaking 15 to 20 people in an apartment that costs $1,200 a month. So everybody's paying like $50 a month to live there. And it's just compressed living, and it's like, that isn't what the dream is here. That's not what this country, I'm sure that's not what Canada's intention is for people to do. I'm sure it's not what Australia's intention is for people to do, to overpopulate and live shoulder to shoulder with people. And it's just such a wildly different way of life and thought process with everything. And you see all the different practices of hygiene and trash or waste management. It's a completely different world. Time to cook lunch. Hell yeah, I did my normal boy lunch today. We had rice out of the rice cooker, and I had ground beef, which I've recently started cooking differently. Before, I just cooked it, I'll just say normally. You put it in the pan until it's brown, and then you let it cook up, and then you put the flavor on there, like cut up garlic and parsley or chives or whatever, and you put that in there and you eat it and you enjoy it. You're gonna bring it, hell yeah, we're cooking lunch together. But my friend, I had posted a picture or something, or that or whatever on Instagram. He's like, hey dude, change the way you cook your ground beef. Here's a video. And like, I know tallow exists in it, and I know that I don't strain off any sort of juice. I'll let it get back on there, it'll sit. So I don't want to say I have wet beef, but it's like, I don't strain off any juices, because I know tallow is just good clean beef fat, so I don't get rid of that. But the video that he showed me was this guy doing the cooking, and it's like, cool, you kind of start in like a low to medium, or medium to low, more on the medium side heat pan. You put it in there, no butter, no oils, no nothing, and you cook it like normal. And then as soon as you start getting it brown, you turn the heat down just a little bit, and you let it cook there for a lot longer. And then it will kind of like brown one side, and you kind of mix it up a bit as you go. So you start kind of getting, it'll look burnt, but it's not, because the heat's not high enough to burn it, but much browner. But you're back, welcome back. But yeah, like, so you said something about Angus. I'm thinking juicy Angus burger with American cheese on a bun with a side of chips, fries. Not bad. Pretty standard boy lunch. Just like our beef and fucking potatoes, you know. But yeah, so you let the beef brown, and not just like brown, but like make it where it looks burnt on the side. And like I use a 90-10 beef. Sometimes I'll use 80-20, just kind of depending on what I get. But like when you first put it in there and it first gets that heat, all that tallow and stuff comes out, so it looks like you're just cooking in this grease. Then as you let it sit longer, that tallow re-renders itself or unrenders, or reassimilates itself with the beef. And then that little burning look that you get, or the heavier browning, is just like a caramelization of the tallow sticking to the beef. And the beef that you, anyways, the mince meat, or the ground beef, whatever you like to call it, it's already like a very, very hearty cut, so you're not going to burn it, you're not going to overcook it, you're not cooking any of the good stuff out of it, because you're letting it all attach itself back into it. But yeah, I did that for the first time like 2 weeks ago, And, dude, I was craving it afterwards. Like, just talking about it now is making me think about the slightly, I don't want to say harder cooked beef, but like the slightly more brown bits to where it's kind of like Crispies or whatever, you know. And, yeah, it's a definitely superior way to cook like mincemeat or ground beef. When you're eating it in a ground form, of course, if you're making a burger, you make a patty out of it. But grill, hell yeah. Dude, the steaks that I did for my friend's bachelor party were so fucking good. I won't say just say they were ribeye cuts. I didn't look at the packaging because I didn't buy it. The best man, he bought it and brought it, but I was in charge of cooking it. They ended up good. They were pretty good thick cuts of ribeye. I've got a Man Kitchen salt can and salt grinder, which is a solid milled aluminum. And I think it's a stainless insert for the teeth for the grinder. So it's good for like, I think he said he tested like on 100 pounds of salt and it didn't deform the teeth any. So I've got that with no chance of microplastics and stuff being dropped in there from, you know, cheap grinders or whatever. So I feel like my plastic's macro. But yeah, heavy salted them, let them sit for just a couple of minutes while we were talking, getting the grill hooked up. And then right before I put them on, he had like a little bit of like a garlic grilling rub, which usually I don't like to do. I'm a very plain flavored person. Oh, execute the simple flavors more accurately is kind of my gig. But I sprinkled just a light bit of that garlic rub on there, just so that way it'd make it brown a little bit harder, or kind of blacken a bit and give it a little bit nicer sear. Dude, they all came out so fucking good. Look at this bridge over here. See, this is stuff that we wouldn't see if we were just cruising at 4,000 feet, you know? Cool little road out here, too. Nice. Japan, you got it going on. Cruising right up near the Vietnamese, which are just made up facts. Like airplane engineers to scare you into not taking full advantage of the speed that your helicopter can produce. Honestly, I think I can fly under this bridge. It looks like it's got like it was very purposefully made. Not to like purposefully fly under, but like I don't think there's collision underneath of it. So I'm gonna try it. We could screw our pooch right here, but I say we fly under the bridge. Okay, in we go, boys. See you in Valhalla. Hey, yo, what's up? Let's go. Onward, back on the journey. Comment from a new name in here. Wookie Smoke. Chicken thighs in the air fryer. Hell yeah. Bedtime for the Sean household. Adios. You and Belinda, thank you as always for stopping in. Wookie Smoke, I'm glad you're here. Glad we're all talking about food while I'm locked into living in the VR land for the next 3 hours or whatever. So, Y'all might end up making me shortcut one of my waypoints and not seeing everything. EP time. Adios, Blinn. Thank you as always. Keep Sean straight. I know he likes to get out of order sometimes, so we're going to need you to keep him in line and take your shenanigans somewhere else. We're going to start throwing a little bit of altitude at this. Doesn't have to be a lot, but just a little bit to get us up this little valley up here. Eject. Oh no, eject, eject. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you like that. Hans or Dave or... Precisely. I know I said I wanted to fly a slow helicopter around, but man, I just feel the speed killing off as we throw altitude at it. I did this to myself, but I'm okay. I like the 206. I'm very comfortable in this platform. Oh no, they're leaving. When Blinn says it's time to go to bed, they go to bed. I've seen her drag Sean from a party at 9 o'clock one night so that they can go to sleep. Maybe that just means they're doing hanky-panky, but who knows? And so, good for them. Very happy. All my mods slay. That little valley or whatever didn't go as far back as I was expecting, so we're going to take this one here. Got a good positive rate of climb, only fighting a little bit of wind right now. Still keeping it over 100 knots. Jinxed myself on that one. Oh yeah, we're climbing so good. We got our good speed. Yeah, a good little breakthrough right there. Happy with that. Aim for this saddle up in front of us here. Cool national park. Good job, Japan. Did a good job building this. Different tree colors. Cool. Patches of those starting to pop in. I wonder what the algorithm is for their tree generation. Yeah, this island's a lot bigger than I expected. Kind of figured we'd be on the other side of it by now. I guess I should have known when I saw the range bubble when I was building the map for this. I think I'm gonna go fly between that gap right there. Like that. Eight people watching. Glad y'all are here. Also, I did look at my my subscribers today, and I saw we had 747. Got a big old airplane over there. So I got a good little screenshot for that. Not bad for the 20th episode. Of course, we weren't at 0 when we started. We were at 700. 747, cool number. I'm trying to think what my next fun number will be. 777 would be a good one. 762 for gun stuff. That's pretty close. Hell yeah, fighter jets over there. Yeah, dude, this place is so much better than Eastern Siberia. I don't care the island's bigger than I expected. It's so much nicer. Do you know what type of fighter jets you got flying over your house? Anything cool, or are they, I'm not even sure what the Australian fighter jets are. Were they Australian guys, or were they, in your situation, I'd be not filming? Yeah. And like at that, is it Australian jets, or is it something where like we're down there and we're doing exercises or something with you guys or whatever? Growlers, hell yeah. Hey, look, we can probably see that little bit of water down there in the corner of the screen. Very neat. Tablet check up there. Kind of south of our custom point, which I just kind of thrown up there at whatever. For whatever reason, you know. I saw a lot of F-16 hate today. Not hate, just trolling. Like, why would they make a jet that only has 5 minutes of fuel? Also, we donated another 18 to the sea today. Bin Laden needed one down where he's at. F-18s and F-35. Sure, putting some F-16s down there. I can see missiles on the heli. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the 18s. I think they have a very good looking hips if you want to call it that. They narrow down a good bit, kind of in between your main wings and the rear horizontal. Has a good shape. Pleasing to the eye for me. Like, I like the F-22s. Very neat. So I enjoy the F-22 demo team. Those things are fucking... They defy what you understand flight physics to be. But the 18s, they just always had a better look for me, you know? I feel like the F-5A, I think they look super sick. I just have a thing for that skinnier waist, if you want to call it that. I mean, I do the same thing with cars. I like cars that have like a certain waist. I like motorcycles that have a certain waist to them. So I'm definitely feeling the wind movement with going through all these valleys. It'll be like a nice straight and level, and it just starts sucking me down. Which I'm not against getting sucked down. You know, that's a welcome thing. Get some rotor blow. See, that looks more like stubble now. It's like it's slowly rendering in that he is stubble. Hell yeah. All my homies eat good burgers and shit. We don't eat crap. We did a multi-shot mad episode of cooking. The boy lunch special. Where we make burgers and mincemeat and whatever. That'd be funny. I've actually been thinking of different, like, fun ideas and fun things to do with the channel. Because at the end of the day, like, once I finish this Around the World series, like, I'll probably be working on the next season of the show that I was working on. But I didn't build this channel to be a helicopter simulator streaming thing. If it takes off and there's a lot of people watching it, yeah, I'll do it more often than not. But, I mean, really, I want to do more building and making and creating and doing stuff. And I got a truck I need to build. I want to make a mobile business out of it. So that's on the list of things to do. It's so worth gaining weight just to eat the food like this. No, you can eat all that and not gain weight. Just a little bit of discipline on it, or a little bit of discipline, or just making it the right way, or getting the right peripheral food to go with it. I'm cooking the fries in beef tallow. I'm still in my cut, so I'm angry 90% of the time. Because usually I just kind of like, I don't really count calories, I know how much I eat. I've been doing it for 35 fucking years, so like, hopefully I understand how much my body needs. And because my days change from day to day, so like my calorie requirement for the days change. Especially in the film industry. Every day is fucking different. But it's like, I just stay slightly hungry all day, and that's a good cutting calorie for me. I can eat maintenance and not indulge myself, but gaining, bulking is fucking hard. To do it, I don't want to say do it the wrong way or do it the right way or whatever, but like bulking with the purpose of bulking when you're still doing like good 2-hour workouts and stuff every day, and trying to eat right, it's a fucking chore for me. I've always had a super fast metabolism. My metabolism is stupid. I can eat a whole salad every day and gain like 10 pounds. Oh, that fucking sucks. I wonder if they're... Oh, excuse me. I wonder if there are little things that... Because there are some things that people eat where they don't realize how much is in them. Like, my mom, for instance, whenever we eat dinner or whatever, whenever we're out somewhere, she wants to cook and I'll go and eat. She'll always have like super small portions, or if she's cooking something that's like a heavier food, like maybe she'll just have like some carrots or whatever. And she's kind of like plateaued on her weight loss. I'm like, there has to be something else that you're eating during the day that's not letting you get through that. You know, like you can't only eat small calories, still burn the same amount of calories every day that you do anyways, and gain weight. Just, that's not science. So there's something that you're doing or eating or drinking that's a significant push to that. My brother-in-law can eat 5 McDonald's 24/7 and lose weight at the same time. That's kind of what it's been like for me my whole life. Like up until like 2021, I didn't really work out. Like I had done gym a few times for a couple months straight here and there, but I'd never really pushed myself for any sort of fitness. But once in 2020, 2021, I was bored. I was like, you know what? I'm tired of being skinny man. I think I graduated high school like 6'1", 6'2", 150 pounds. I think my dad graduated like 115. Of course, he's like 5'8". For me, so it's like I've always been tall and skinny. But I was like, you know what? I don't want to be the skinny guy anymore. I want to have a bit more mass to me to where I can have the muscle and the strength to do this or do that or whatever, but also just be bigger because it looked better and healthier, a bit more of a reserve on you if you need it. And over my bulk this past winter or whatever, I hit the 200 mark. Of course, I was wearing some clothes or whatever, so I'm sure like 195, something like that. But I hit my 200 mark. My 200 mark. Which is wild. You know, I've never been that heavy before. But for right now, I don't want to be over 200, because as you know, Tom, with the R22, it's very, very weak, to say the least. It's not exactly a stout thing. It's not a strong helicopter. Little airport down here. What are you? Okay. Looks like helipads, not airports. Anyways, I want to bust this anyways and chase the hill. Where was I? Bulk. Whatever. Oh yeah, but R22s they're not exactly strong. And if you look at any helicopter flight school, they usually say like if you're over 200 pounds, then you can't train in the R22. You've got to train in the 44 if you're over this weight. I saw one where it was like 185 for the limit. And I was like, okay, cool. You need to get a fucking thinner instructor is what you need to do. Like that's just, I don't want to say dumb or cheating people out of money, but it's like if you as an instructor are cutting 15 pounds off of what the normal training weight is for an R22. Because you don't have any sort of self-control or whatever, then cool, maybe make yourself the 44 instructor, but hire somebody who can do the 22 things. Because you're making yourself like very cost prohibitive to a lot of people. George Costanza. Yeah, so yeah, for the R22, you can't really put 2 full-grown men in there and a full tank of gas. I think that's a bit overweight. So you got to slightly defuel some, or be flying solo to have a full tank. So it's like I've always wanted to stay under the 200 mark until I'm employed somewhere. And then I'll consider starting to chase over 200. And I know some medical companies and stuff, they have limits, but usually the limits are slightly higher. They don't stick you in that same 200 pound limit. They'll do like a 230 or 250 or something for pilot with all your gear and GAC and bags and whatever you want to bring, your flight suit with your tablet and like a little flight bag with you. Little river, looks pretty cool. .240 and still training 22, y'all. Do y'all have some tiny instructors? Because everybody up here, I've yet to see one say, like everyone that I've seen, it's like if you're over 200 pounds, you have to train in the R44. I have hair unlike him. Is it hair or is it a wig? This looks like it'd be a ski resort, right? That would explain all of those paths down. I think that'd be a ski resort. That would make sense. Know your Joe, what's going on? Glad to see you back. 10:30 hopper on her anyways. So you got things to do and family to keep you happy and everything. So just the fact that you're here, it's a big thing. Thanks for that. Definitely a downdraft on the side of the mountains here. Goodness, stop going down, guy. There may be a headwind, but the headwind over the hill is pushing us down. You whirball. Look at that. Freaking 80% power at 90 knots and we're still losing altitude because of the down flow on that side of the mountain. Damn, Wookie coming out of nowhere starting to throw in the chat. Let's go. I mean, somebody named Wookie obviously has a lot of hair, so I think he can just kind of consider anybody bald, right? I think Han Solo looks bald compared to fucking Chewbacca. Also, may the 6 be with you, or something. Something along those lines. You gotta restart your browser again. Need to make a multi-shot map website just straight through there. I mean, I do need a website either way for this. I don't know if Tom's actually saying welcome back to Joe or if he's just showing off that he has a blue name now in chat. Like a kid with a new pair of shoes. Where, do you see anything different? Or a woman who just gets a haircut? You see anything different over here? Glad you're here. Flips hair. Yeah, he did his 40 hours and he passed his test and he's good to go. Yeah, see, Georgia Plane Spotting got in early, because he's been watching me since before the series. But he's also close enough to where if I needed to hunt him down, I could find him and kick his ass. Sean, I know where he lives. I could kick his ass. Jacob, or Zork, he's out Midwest. But I can find him and I can kick his ass. Actually, I know his address. He bought a t-shirt from my old defunct t-shirt company back in the day. So I've got his info somewhere in all the old records. Does the blue wrench make you look bad? Yeah, nobody's safe. I've said it before, I am a... Hello, Beanie. I am a map enthusiast. I mean, I've had people send me pictures from like a random hotel in Jordan, and I've been able to figure it out. You know, as long as you just do good mod stuff and you're not a goofy goober, then I don't have to make a drive. It's like it's such a chill stream. It's such a chill chat and whatever. Anyways, like right now, 12 people watching. Hello, welcome everybody. Feel free to jump in the conversation. Convince Georgia Plane Spotting that he in fact does not have any hair. Yeah, we're just out here doing it. Super chill stream always, you know. It's not like I've got thousands of subs and hundreds of people in chat going back and forth and trying to see which slurs get caught by moderators and which ones don't. Yeah, Tom aced his written test. We'll probably end up making a study guide for it for future mods. Don't gaslight me. No, we can gaslight Georgia Plane Spotting, right? Oh, dude, you never had hair. Don't you remember having the implants? Like, I remember seeing you on the advertisements for the implants. Yeah, dude, all this green stuff in the fucking, like, roadways. Wild. Welcome to Japan. I've already said it like 10 times in the stream. It's like, I'm just so happy to be not over Siberia. Like, to actually see things going on. We even flew under a bridge earlier. It was like a bridge that was like in a little mountain ravine like this, and we flew under it. It's like, what, 10 minutes ago or so? seen it. It's been nice just because it's not Siberia. It's not the tundra. Must be saltwater algae. Those waves are huge. Yeah, actually, this is no longer flight sim. This is Miss Frizzle and the Magic School Bus Simulator. So this is waves, and this is algae. We're just actually itty bitty currently. Seat belts, everyone. Dude, these roads look so fucking fun. Tomorrow we'll be flying over the Initial D anime TV show thing, whatever. So that'll be a cool road to see. How far until Sapporo? We're actually pretty close. This is like a downtown dome here that has a helipad. This is another airport closer to the coast or something. But there's also an airport that's like right up here that I may end up going to. Oh no, we'll see. And usually we're on a 5-mile scale there, so it's only 15 miles away till Sapporo. Then we can all have pizza, beer, and pasta. Go over this little lake here. Flying over this lake, not coming over anything. Oop, this bridge looks like something we can fly under. What do you say, guys? Are y'all going to be able to talk me out of it? Will the stream show you the question before I can say your yes or no quickly? Because right now I'm going for it. Because that looks fly underable to me. Helicopter of the day, the Bell 206 Bravo 3. Bell 206 B3. Hell yeah, let's go. Even though it didn't seem that extreme, dude, if I was a passenger riding along and the pilot just like casually flew under a bridge like that, I would be so fucking hyped. Like the pilot would be sitting here like, oh, stop fucking wiggling in the seat over there. I'd be so fucking pumped. God damn, nice. Damn. Always have to give us a little bit of room crossing the ridges because sometimes the trees won't render in. Let's see. Yes. Question is, would you do that in real life? Honestly, yeah. Given the proper allowances to do it and the preparation to make sure there's no weird things hanging down there, there's nobody up there fucking fishing or whatever. Yeah, I would. And the reason I say that is because I work in the film industry currently. So I could definitely see myself being in a position one day to where I'm flying for film and doing stunt flying for film because I'm friends with a lot of stunt dudes. I'm friends with a lot of stunt pilots. And I'm working on my normal helicopter stuff now so I can get the hours and the respect and the all that down. And then, yeah, I totally would. 100%. Well, like I said, with preparation, just going in raw like that, probably not. Especially over a lake. Over a lake, it's such a, I won't say hit or miss thing, but it's a, cool, you don't know if there's any wires or cables or anything that's strung underneath of there. Cars driving over, making small little pebbles and dust fall down, because if you watch under a bridge long enough, you'll see little shit drop in. I hate for that to end up taking one of the blades of my compressor. Yeah, I would. Given the right prep. Okay, we're basically around Sapporo now. I think this is all like metropolitan approach-ish sort of area. So we'll head down towards the dome, which I think we might even be able to see down there right now. I see that thing there at the end of my laser pointer. That might be, that kind of lines up with the direction that we're heading. A lot of people go to college for 7 years. I couldn't do college for fucking a year. I think I dropped out after like a semester and a quarter. It just wasn't for me. Like everything that I enjoy is more technical, mechanically, hands-on based. You need to spend this money to get this credit, to get whatever, just that way you can get a degree for something that's completely unrelated. And I didn't see the benefit of that. So college for 7 years was never an option for me. I think the most I was going to do was going to be a bachelor's degree anyways. I was going to go for weather. Now the stream drops your side. But we had a rainy day here. I don't think it's doing too much right now. Yeah, no precipitation showing. But I have noticed my little Wi-Fi thing is being mildly glitchy, catchy. So there may be a little bit on my end. Now, there may be a little bit of laggy, jumpy bits. Which there is some jumpy stuff, and that's just whatever smoother that I have turned on, because when I talk it makes the whole thing jiggle. I don't see it because it's strapped to my face, but you guys would see me up and down all the time from the moving while I talk. Topic reference. I've only seen Topic Way once, I think. It's been a long, long time. Can we see the dome yet, though? That's the question. So we hit that, then we hit a little airport. We top off the tanks. What is this down here? Like a go-kart track or something? Oh, it's like a little amusement park. Okay, there's a roller coaster. I can tell the shadows and stuff. Okay. Cool thing is that I'm noticing right away is that the feel more appropriate to Japan. A lot of the roof colors and stuff is a big thing that I've noticed in like satellite imagery and stuff. Like here in America, like we got brown and black roofs for the most part. We're just doing traffic reporting now. That's what Jet Rangers are used for, right? For traffic. News chopper. Flying with my left hand, excuse me for a second. A lot of internet issues. Gross. Who uses internet? And it does feel like this whole island's a lot more farming than the more southern islands, at least from what it seems like here and from what I've flown over before. I wonder what main crop up here would be. Like, obviously not everybody's a rice farmer. I wonder what main crop and what main usage of the land is. Let's see if we're getting close-ish. And of course it has our ETE time. It's going to be way off because it's still trying to send me back up to the national park back there. I don't know, I think I might stick with the 206 today because we're going to be doing a few days here through Japan. I think tomorrow we're actually going to do 2 helo swaps. I want to do the R22 tomorrow at some point. Whenever we do the Fiji bit, I want to go and like land at the helipad for the tour company that does the Fiji tours. And then I want to do turbine powered something to get up there and do that. And then I'd like to hop back in either the 22 or do like the G2 or something. Like do like a trainer day tomorrow. And we'll make 2 days out of the big island. That's kind of the tentative goal. Dude, I wish Blackhawk, if there was a Blackhawk model, I would have downloaded it so fucking fast. I know there was somebody that was making a Blackhawk model or usable model, whatever you want to call it, add-on, DLC. But I think they only had a few copies of it out as like an alpha or a beta test. But I don't know if it ever got through or done enough. R22 through Tokyo would be fun. Or we can kind of do something faster going from point to point or big stuff. But like, if you're flying around Tokyo, do that. And get a whole shit ton of those helipads out there because the whole city's just a giant helipad. Never done DCS. So, just to give you the background story on this, why I even have my sim set up the way I do. I work in the film industry currently. I do props, guns, stuff like that. And we're always on strike, and they're always bitching, and it's annoying. So I would like to get out of film, so that way I can actually work. And I don't want a normal job. I don't mind working a normal job for a bit, but I want to do something challenging, and I want to do something aviation related. And I've always loved helicopters. I know that flying helicopters is considered challenging, especially when you get into doing external load, long line, stuff like that. So I did all my research and everything, and the federal minimum, if you don't know, is 40 hours. What is this? 40 hours minimum to get your motorcycle training, maybe? 40 hours minimum to get your federal license. Most people end up doing it in 50, 60, 70, 80 hours because learning how to hover is hard. It's like the patting your head, rubbing your stomach thing, but just more involved. So I said, okay, cool, there's a Sapporo airport over there. I said, cool, if I wanted to learn how to pat my head and rub my stomach, being your anti-torque pedals, your collective, and your cyclic. But I wanted to get that figured out and not take the 10 hours-ish or less. You know, I have a good concept of how it works. But again, I'm just looking at averages. I can save time with that, save time learning auto rotation, save time learning all the processes of doing it, and of course I'm still going to have to adapt to the real thing because it's not going to feel like this, obviously, in real life. Yeah, so I got this to teach myself to learn the relationship between all the controls and how the airflow moves around the helicopter and through the rotor systems and whatever else. So I said, okay, cool. I kind of put a limit of like $4,000-ish on the setup. So if you're looking at average rental rates, then it'd be 12 hours worth of flight that I've paid for my at-home setup here. So with that said, any dollar more that I spend is taking away from what my benefit is. I know DCS has some good helicopter models and stuff, which I am interested in. I'm probably going to get it eventually. But I literally hovered around the parking lot for 100 hours, just like really hammering in, hovering in maneuvers and pedal turns and different winds and stuff like that. So it's, I don't want to say not worth it for me to get DCS, but also like I don't want to gamify what I'm doing at the moment. I'm still trying to keep it serious-ish, you know. Where is this dome? It's over here by this field. So yeah, I did like 100-ish hours or so in a parking lot. I did teach myself how to hover. It took like 10 to 12 hours because that was also without an instructor. That was me just raw dogging it, making my own technique to learn. But I literally just did like 70 to 100 hours. I did like 70 hours before I even had this computer and VR. I was just doing it on my laptop with the sim controls, my collective, and everything connected to it. It's like I'm just trying not to gamify it yet. Once I get the license in real life, at least my private, then I'll gamify it a bit more. But right now, it's like any money I spend, it's just not worth it for me. I already hate doing the career mode stuff in this because it gamifies it, but it also gives me something more to do than just like making up my own drills and my own practice things and my own test. It's like, okay, cool, you know, here's a varying weight scenario, here's a varying load, here's you're now doing external load, you're now doing whatever. So like, I don't mind the career mode on this, but like I said, I just haven't touched any too much gamified stuff. But I do hear there's a couple of good heli models in DCS, so that'll be on the eventual list. Now there is a helipad down here in this parking lot, which is what we're heading for. I'm just going to go straight in on the approach. I'm not going to do a reconnaissance or anything because I know where it's at. We have a good approach coming into it anyway, so. Those trees right there are mildly troublesome, so I'll head to the right side of the pad. Which is right here. As you can see, the parking places are not shown there because it's made for me. We're actually going to scoot forward on the pad so to keep my tail out of the road. Boom. Let's see. There, Joe. Have you considered getting fixed first, then doing approximately 20-hour transition rotary to save money? It saves money doing instrument if you have fixed. but also I have absolutely zero interest in fixed wing. So no. Oh yeah, I'm super interested in how it feels flying, which I think you've seen him in here before, Tom, but Chuck Young, he did the same thing I did. He's been flying fixed wing since '78. And then one day he was just like, I've always wanted to fly helicopters, so I'm going to do that. And so he built himself a home setup with the cycling collective and everything. And he said he was able to hover within like the first 5 minutes of being in the Robinson. So I have some validation on my thought process for this. But I'm very curious to see it in real life. But yeah, I've thought about the fixed wing thing. The only thing that mildly interests me in fixed wing would be flying PJs, like corporate jets, private jets. Just because there's good money in that, but I would do it more as a contract pilot. I don't think I'd want to be full-time for somebody, because then it's like, okay, cool, we need you on Christmas, we need you on Easter, we need you on New Year's, we need you on 4th of July, and that's not good for family. Which I would like to have soon. So I thought about it that way, just because there's really good money in doing stuff like that. And so that's something that's been considered, but the process to get to that point, to where I would be where I'd want to be in that, is not worth it. Once I am flying helicopters, though, I would consider getting my fixed wing. Not really for a me thing, but there are some medical companies where you fly the helicopter, and they also have like longer distance med jets, that like an intermountain life flight or something like that. If you were typed in the jet and then good on helicopters, then you have two different things you can fly for them, and you're much more attractive. There's a couple of like Alaskan-based companies that do that as well. DCS, you have to know every button just to start the aircraft. Yeah, I go through more or less full startup procedures here. The Bell 407 and the Robinson R66 here in the sim, I can't cold start them because the sim's broken with those. So I get to run those in the on the legs of the around the world journey. But like in here, like I don't do like the test of the gauges and stuff. Like, sure, before you take off and you do anything, you're supposed to do a test of all your lights to make sure that they're working. So if cool, if a light's off and you have an issue, you're not going to miss an issue. But I also know another thing I've thought about as far as the flight characteristic stuff for DCS. A majority of the helicopters that are in DCS are something I'm probably never going to have my hands on in real life. More or less, like you can do Hueys, you can do Blackhawks, and guess what? There's Hueys and Blackhawks out in the civilian world, so that's a thing. But I don't know if I'm going to get the benefit that I'm looking for out of it, flying very starter-sized and starter-cost civilian aircraft, because that's what I want to be training. You know, like most of my hover training that I did to myself, I waited. It was in the Robinson R22, because that's the one I'm most likely going to get my license in first. I had the weight set to 100% payload, where that helicopter was absolutely as heavy as it could be and still fly. And I would do it in different winds and stuff like that, because I want to work on really working with power management, really working with all that. Just talking to different people that I know who are utility pilots or flight instructors or whatever, they said that there's a good bit of people that have, when they were doing flight instruction, that go into the military, fly Blackhawks, fly Chinooks, fly whatever. Which obviously, you mean Blackhawks, you have like a freaking near 2,000 horsepower. I think it's like 1,700, 1,800 horsepower. Also depends on which version of it is. But, oh, also just that way you can see we're going that way. But yeah, so like when they come back to civilian flight school to kind of like transition and stuff, they go from flying a Black Hawk every day to a Robinson. And when they're doing their approaches, they're messing up the approaches and whatever so heavily because the instructor's like, okay, cool, we need to come in here and slow down and do this, and they want to come in and hot dog the shit out of it to put it down. They're like, cool, you can't do it in the Robinson. You are at the absolute limit of the power that this machine creates. There is no more energy in this system for you to use. You know, it's just, sorry, it doesn't work like that. So, like I said, once I'm actually flying, and I don't want to put that many bad habits into myself at this point. Are there bad habits that I'm getting into doing this? Yes, of course. I'm pretty aware of most of them. I'm sure there's some that I'm doing that I haven't thought of as a bad habit. And for the most part, when I'm doing these around the world bits, like, I'm trying to take it pretty seriously, but I'm also doing stuff slightly off the book, you know? Like, cool, I'm not going to care. We were doing something, I'm like, man, I really want to speed up here, and let's pull more than 100% torque and really push through. You know, this, I'm not going to cause a failure in this helicopter because I don't have that set to happen. I'm not going to end up incurring a $100,000 inspection and repair. I've called it before on the stream the no repercussion machine, because that's basically what this is. It's a no repercussion machine. If I biff it into a mountain, I biff it into the mountain. That's on me. But a lot of times when you see me taking off, like sometimes we'll have to stop in a field or something so I can go pee, because the streams can get long. It's like, okay, cool, you know, I want to take off and really like here, for instance, we'll stop in this little field down here. I'm coming in hot as shit right now, so this is obviously not a very good approach. But we're going to a very confined area landing with this little field. And even though this helicopter has a good bit of power, we're less than a half tank of fuel, it's just me and a co-pilot in here. We have some available ass behind us. If we were in like a Robinson R-22 or whatever coming in to land in this field, this could be a very difficult field to get out of because we just can't go straight up. And also, Wookie, I don't know what your knowledge of helicopter flight dynamics is, or what anybody else watching, I don't know what their knowledge is of how it works. But when you're heavy and when it's hot and the air is not as thick as it could be, you really can't just go straight up. I kind of like no repercussions when it comes to buying the farm. Oh yeah, exactly. And no repercussions let me practice a whole bunch of weird, crazy stuff like backwards auto rotations and stuff like that. Which I'd never do in a real helicopter for practice, but if it came down to it as something that needed to be done to save the life of me and the passengers, then yeah, at least I can conceive how that moves, you know? It's like here, like you can't, in smaller helicopters or a helicopter that's under full load, it'd be very hard to just take off and go straight up. You know, when you're that heavy, it's just not a thing that happens. So what I'd like to do a lot whenever I'm doing a confined area thing here in the game, I'll get to the back of the field from the direction that I want to take off with. I can kind of feel a left wind at us. It's like, okay, cool, that tree is what I want to get over. And I barely move my collective. But I get the forward airspeed. We put ourselves into ETL. And then I just barely start using my collective. And here, like, I'm clearing the tree with 50% power, which is not using a lot. With our weight and stuff with this today, we could have just picked up and gone over it. But I like to try to do more takeoffs, more power restricted, or restricted by different things because that's a lot more like what I'm going to have to deal with in real life with entry-level civilian-style helicopters, you know. Hopefully that makes sense. Because like a little Robinson R-22 with 2 people in there and a tank of fuel and everything, and if it's fucking 100 degrees outside, you're not just going to pick straight up. You'll get off the ground, but you got to start moving forward and get the rotors to be a bit more efficient. Oh no, that's the airport. Yeah, we're going to go to this airport and we'll top off on the fuels real quick. And we'll do our last third, or whatever of the trip for today. Yeah, so DCS will eventually happen. It's on the list of things for me to try, just like I'd like to get X-Plane as well. But at the end of the day, none of them are going to be a complete, perfect recreation of the aerodynamics and function and handling of the helicopter I'm going to train in. So right now, this was the most available one. This one had the most updates. This one had the most everything. So I did this and said, okay, cool. I'll practice in a whole bunch of different ones, so that way I can kind of learn all the different feels. Instead of just getting used to one thing wrong, I can get used to a whole bunch of things that are here and there, you know. And hopefully, once it comes to time, you can just pick up on it quick. And I'll definitely do a video series of getting my real license and thoughts and views, and I'll definitely be putting that information out there so that way anybody who is interested in trying this path, and they can learn from my mistakes or optimize their stuff better. Or maybe I say, shit, you really didn't need this. Well, I could have learned this with a HOTAS system and not spent $1,500 on a collective and cyclic and pedals and whatever else. X-Plane is on mine, next on my list of flight sims. Yeah, it's next on mine. I'm probably going to do X-Plane before I do DCS. For the reasons I was talking about, like DCS, like, sure, Huey and Black Hawk, but that's so far down my line of what I'd be hired for that I'm not going to hold on it. Okay, let's name this airport real quick. New Chatos. New Chatos Tower, this is helicopter 420 Foxtrot Whiskey, call sign Fuckwagon. We are about a mile to your northwest right now. We're going to be inbound for the ramp just to grab some fuel and get out of here. Chatos Tower. Oh yeah, by the way, Tower, we're just going to go straight to ramp. We're not going to play your little runway games. JAL, I'm going to assume that's Japan Airlines. Let's look for the fuel station. Where would they put a fuel station at an airport? Is that it kind of behind the building here? That's what it looks like to me. Yeah, that's it. Cool, we get to do an in between the building one. Let's do a clockwise pirouette of our homage right here. Sorry guys, I'm just lining up for the fuel station. Don't mind me. Just lining up for fuel. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. A lot of pedal here. I guess we're still moving pretty quick. Slow us down. Let's see. Joe said there are some helicopters in DCS. Gazelle. I love gazelles. And the Qs-500. Okay, yeah. That would be something I could be in relatively quickly in the civilian world. Okay, but I've got a cool button where I just go F, 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 and my fuel gauge tops off. That adds like 25% or something like that. Tab, so now you can see where we're going. I know Tom would be interested. So we have a lake here almost directly to our west, and since I can't zoom out on that anymore, I'm going to go to my Garmin. You can see I'll be going over that lake. There's another lake here, and then we're going to go south down to the across that bay. There's a volcano down there that we're going to go over, and then cross the gap between the islands, and then we'll be on the next island. Right now we're at Chitotle. Chitotle? Trying to look for the name. We're at Chipotle is what we're at. ORJC? Can't see, it's my freaking RJCJ. Romeo Juliet Charlie Juliet. And that's kind of right here on the island for your reference. So yeah, we're going to do lake, cross the bay, hit that stuff, bada bing, bada boom. Oh, that's a big zoom out level between those. Okay, anyways, back to it. Okay, Chipotle Tower. Chitose, that's it. Okay, Chitose Tower. This is helicopter 420 Foxtrot Whiskey, call sign Falkland. We are at your fuel. We pumped up and we left an IOU underneath the hose, so whenever you're ready to expense that, just reach out and call us. Chitose Tower. We head this way as the cheater brackets show. We're not following the brackets, that's kind of just a suggestion for us. We have our Garmin there, we got our tablet here we can turn on. We're heading to that lake, and there's another lake just passing that I think's another ring sea, a volcano thing. Woo! I wonder what they're hiding in there. Oop! Bridge. I wonder if it's fly underable. We'll find out here shortly. Yeah, sure. Why not? As being careful with the trees around there. That was my big if on that. It had enough height, it was just the trees are very close to the road. So that was my judging point on that. Okay, let's pour the torque back in there and we'll start scooting. I think Wookiee's in Oregon. I'm still in Japan. About an hour flight. That's what I was assuming. I think there's a helipad just to the kind of northwest or the west side of that second lake that we're going over. I may do a little slam and scram there. But other than that, we're more or less flying non-stop until we get to Hiboni or something like that. I think I put it in the thing. Matt, can I test my moderator powers with Joe? I would say yes, but I don't know how to undo that, and Joe's a pretty cool guy. Can mods only ban people who are chatting? Can they not ban, like, silent viewers? But it's a very attractive woman, so that's why we text and fly sometimes. Especially when she's a stunned woman. Okay, back to the real world of being in a virtual world. Here you go, I just posted from my alt account that I watched the comments with. Canyon Runner is the account that I made back in like 08 or something. Had that thing forever. Who is you? Canyon Runner's me. Crayon. That's me. That's I've had that account and that name for years. Can y'all not hear me talking? Okay, I hear me now. Okay. I just forget how long the separation between me talking and it actually getting streamed and broadcast is. Hello Fish? Is that the name that I see? Edelfish second. What happened to Edelfish first? We actually got asked to do the set with Baldwin, but they wanted us to be the armorer, the prop master, and the special effects foreman, all for less than the rate that I would have charged for prop master, which would be the lowest paying rate out of all those. So yeah, definitely turned that down, and all the guys here in Georgia turned it down. I'm not gonna say thankful that we did. I kind of wish I could have been there to prevent that from happening, because that shit wouldn't have slid on my set. But I feel like that show was a shit show anyways. And Just glad I wasn't a part of that. Well, I could have milked them for a good bit of money, though. If they wanted to go for it. Like, I told them what the rate was. It's like, hey, if you want to come out there, I'm only going to do the gun stuff, I'll only do the gun stuff. But if you want me to do prop master and special effects for them, it's going to be this rate, which is significantly higher than what they wanted to pay for any of it. Edelfish second, a new viewer. Be careful, Edelfish first suffered. And now Edelfish second is here. If my volume, so as you're saying it'd be a bit nicer if my speaking audio is what you're saying, correct? I kind of heard everything about the show was a shit show. Cheap producers kind of make annoying productions to work on. You know, when we touch down the helipad up here, I'll jump over to OBS and I'll turn down the game audio a bit, because I think my speaking audio is all the way up, and now it's just a matter of tweaking game audio a wee bit to get it right. Our ponies up. Let's go a little bit faster. Come on. I have to turn my about twice as much to hear you, but that's no big deal. The first fish take the helicopter. That's it. It's like the audio's fine, like y'all can hear me. It's just, I think I've noticed that before when I've rewatched like parts of episodes or tuning in on my phone just to see if it's like working or whatever. But it's like, I don't want to say a weird thing, but it's like I don't want to. Some people like to hear the audio of the helicopter, because who doesn't want to hear a 206? You know. Keyboard over here. Who doesn't want to hear that? Come on. But I have noticed that the speaking volume is slightly low. And if we see a suitable landing area before, we'll stop on that, but if not, I think there's a helipad that's up here next to the next lake that we're shooting for. But yeah, if my volume's ever like significantly off or there's something that's wrong, speak up, because it's probably not that hard for me to address. I have seen the mosquitoes. It is tempting. Like really, I would want the XET just because the idea of having an itty-bitty turbine helicopter just excites me. And there's a YouTube video where if you look up like getting out the mosquito helicopter for the first flight of the summer or something, it's one of, I want to say he's one of the sales guys or something for Mosquito, or somebody that's close with them. But it's like a video of him flying around his yard, kind of like making sure everything's good. Then he starts doing like super tight precision work, like picking up combs with the skids and setting them down, and like very like basically like threading the needle with it, not flying between shit, but like picking stuff up and just being very precise with how he's controlling it. Kind of like when you see like the forklift competitions and whatever. But I watched that video, I was like, damn, that looks cool. Like that'd be a fun way just to put hours in for relatively low cost. And from what I understand, on experimentals like that, there's recommended factory maintenance intervals and everything, which for the most part you take care of, but you're not federally limited to, there's a big ass volcano over there. You're not like federally limited to different amounts, like with the Robinson R22 or something. They look more safe to me than the R22. Yeah, the flight time does suck on those. Which is one reason why I kind of haven't seriously considered, because anywhere that I want to fly, I want to take it from my home to somewhere else. And I live far away from everything. So I mean, even though the flights would be shorter than driving, just because you can get a little bit more speed, or you can be typical interstate speeds cruising at 70 miles an hour or whatever. But you're not stopping for traffic, so it's like you can obviously go further in 1 hour in a helicopter going 70 than a car trying to do 70 and slow down and stop and go, whatever. Just geographically, it doesn't make sense for me to have one. But with that said, there are other larger kit helicopters that I'm not considering. And the reason I say that is, at the end of the day, the hours count as hours. If you have a turbine model somehow, like the rotorways and stuff, like the turbine does count for turbine time for the hiring process for the real thing. Of course, you'll still probably be flying certified helicopters as well, but with something like a rotor wing exec or a turbo exec or something, the Chuck's back. What up, Chuck? Greetings, man. How many hours have you flown since you started this adventure? We're on day 20. The first couple of days are like 2 to 3 hours each, and we've done a couple like 4 or 5. Yesterday was like a 5-hour day. Honestly, I'd say near 100. Oh, no. 20 times 3 to 4. Probably around 80. If we were doing the long days, it'd be 100. But right now, I'd say around 70 to 80 hours. Probably more on the 70 side, because I'm just thinking about the length of the streams on the YouTube channel once I log off, or once we stop streaming. So of course there's a 5-minute chatting before going, and like landing and going over the next day's plan and whatever else. But it's up there. I'd say 65 minimum. But near the end of it, I'm going to do a full look through of it all and get that figured out, because I can go through a logbook function on the game and look at it, but I haven't looked at it yet. I don't want to say I'm scared to look, but I'm kind of more interested in what it will be overall at the end. I kind of want to leave that surprise till then, if that makes sense. Also, if y'all remember me talking earlier about somebody who kind of justified my idea of flying a sim and going to go do the real thing, that's Chuck. That's him. That's the guy right there. The regular version, 70K turbine version, 90K finished. Price does not include the turbine. Yeah, exactly, for the mosquitoes. But yeah, so kind of what I was saying before I was answering Chuck, but on like the Robinson, there's the 2,200 hour full airframe overhaul interval, which if you're flying it as a not 135, unless you're doing like schooling, as like a Part 91 personal owner. Well, no, Part 91 you're fine, but if you're doing it as like a 135 or some sort of commercial enterprise, you have to follow the manufacturer's recommended intervals on stuff. So there's no requirement for the 2,200 hour overhaul, but with it being a manufacturer recommended thing, if you're going to be flying the R22, R44, R66 commercially, you have to follow that interval. That's just a requirement. Now, if you're doing Part 91, which is more personal use and just kind of general flying where it's non-commercial, you still have to do anything that's federally required or like a mandated interval sort of thing, but you're not going to lose the certification on your aircraft if these downdrafts are killer. Gotta give myself a little bit more playroom with the altitude here. But you don't have to do the 2200-hour overhaul as long as you're keeping up with like magnetos and fuel valve, blades, etc. Like as long as you're taking care of those items that are actually mandated and regulated, then you don't have to do the 2200, although it's still recommended. So with that said, if you buy an R22 and you're flying it and you want to resell it when you're done, you have to take in the depreciation because of the hours into consideration. So let's say you buy it at 2,200 hours and it's $250,000. Or you have plenty of time left, you have a full life's worth of time. A R22 that's timed out where it has 0 hours left till overhaul is only worth like $80,000 to $90,000. If it's a newer one with less overall time, maybe $100,000, give or take. But anyways, it's about $150,000 worth of depreciation over the life of the 2,200 hours. And if you're going to resell it when you're done using it, you kind of want to follow all the recommended and mandated stuff and whatever, just because somebody looking to buy it's going to want that. Now, when you look at something like the rotaways, there's no mandated, you have to do this at 2,200 hour sort of thing. So the cool thing about those is it does retain its value a bit more. You buy a rotaway, like 162F or whatever it is, for $140,000. You fly it around, you keep up on it, you do your maintenance as you see fit, because it is a build it, do it yourself, you know. You can probably still sell it for $140,000 when you're done with it, if you want to get rid of it one day. So you don't lose the value because of the pending full airframe overhaul. If memory served, the airframe times out with so many so many years for Robinson. I believe it's a total of 15 years total, every 5 years airframe overhaul. So it's 2,200 hours or 12 years for the whichever one comes first, for that big Robinson factory overhaul, 2,200 or 12 years. Now they are looking at with their new with David now being the CEO, they're not looking at changing that completely, but there are different parts like blades that may have to be like a 1,500 hour thing, or different components that are usually done during the 2,200 hour that brings up the cost of the 2,200 hour overhaul. They're looking to either change the parts that they're using in that to where it's a higher quality thing that they can not say like, okay, cool, every 2,200 hours you need to do this, or they're looking at getting them recertified different. Sorry, my computer shut down, so I missed anything. Missed anything you might have asked. We were just talking about time and hours on Robinsons for overhauls. So yeah, like the rotorways, they don't. It matters, but it doesn't matter for them. But you also do need to take into consideration if you're looking to get hired by a commercial company. Sure, if you have 2,000 hours on a rotorway and they have a 2,000 hour requirement, you're technically feasible to be considered for hiring, per like their insurance rules or whatever. But a lot of times if you're a 2,000 hour rotorway pilot going against a 500-hour Robinson, 1,500-hour Bell 206 pilot, that person will probably be more likely to be hired just because they're doing something certified and something that's known. So it's like, cool, yeah, you can get your hours, you can get your experience, and if you want to do it for fun and you're never worried about being commercial, go for it. I have pushed a pencil on several occasions. The bottom line is I can just not swing it financially in a helicopter. Yeah, it's something where you've got to be willing to take the hit. I do plan on purchasing a Robinson sooner rather than later. Once I get my private sorted out, I'll definitely be heavily in the search for it. That's just because to be in a hireable position by any company that's not like the school you graduated from, like, I have no problem going to be a flight instructor, but also I'm in a job where I can easily make 6 figures right now and work half-time. And being a flight instructor pays like $15 an hour. So I don't want to go be a flight instructor as somebody who's 35 and works a 6-figure job currently. Because if you rent it out to somebody, you have someplace for 30-hour monthly contract. Yeah. So my general idea for me is to buy a mid-time R22 and put down, I don't know, $40,000, something like that. Basically what the depreciation would be for what I could find, if I can find the right one. Buy a mid-time Robinson 22. Use it for myself to where I can put a good number of hours on it. And then my cost of ownership during the hours that I use it will be significantly less than what the rental hours would be on it from a flight school. So instead of paying $250 an hour from a flight school, I'm just paying depreciation and insurance and putting money aside for anything that could go wrong, you know, maintenance, whatever. So I'm like $140, $150 an hour if I'm lucky. If not $200 an hour. Either way, I'm spending that much money per hour as a general-ish thing. Either way, regardless. So where is this? Okay, it looks like it's off to our left. Is this a helipad? Where is my helipad? So yeah, I think that might be. Oh yeah, I think I kind of see it there on the. Coming from the field. Yeah, insurance is the bitch. That's the fucking big thing. So partially for that is usually insurance is like on a month-by-month basis. I haven't seen many situations. Oh, there's actually a helicopter on the pad here. Cool. Or there's something on the pad. Okay, what did I say I was going to do when we landed over here? I'm going to do something. Volume. I was going to just volume. That's what I was going to do. But yeah, so regardless of what I buy, I'd like to have it on lease or rental somewhere. Let me turn on my rotor speed real quick. Yeah. Good to be good. I'm going to pause for a second, guys. Going to go here. Microphone audio is turned all the way up. And right now we're at negative 16.3. I'm going to bring it down to negative 17.6. Okay. Now we're back in here. Adjust my seating position. Once we start going, y'all let me know how my volume is. If I'm more legible, audible. Slowly turn this up to where I'm not over-torquing the engine while I'm getting to operating RPM. Okay. I just have a difficulty loaning out stuff, having it damaged from insurance. Find out that issue. Bob's fine. That's true. Yeah, that's one thing. It's like I'd definitely be very pro-just culture, where it's like, cool, if you fuck something up, tell me. I'd rather be told and lose a little bit of money or have to go through insurance than finding out while I'm in the air. I took it down like 1 point, or one full measure, or whatever. It was at -16, so like a -16-ish. Took it down to -17.5-ish. We're on a slight slope, so I'm going to put some pressure to the right on the cyclic. Picking up on the collective, everything's in the green. Now we're hovering left. Pick that up together. So you will slowly bring up your collective. These mountains around here are fucking awesome. So you slowly bring, when you're doing a sloped thing, let me come over here to this slope to kind of explain it better in case anybody's curious. So you can't land on too steep of a side slope one way or the other. Just because it's a dynamic rollover sort of situation. This looks a lot flatter. Let's go back over somewhere where I can tell it's sloped. Like over to the helipad. So yeah, when you're landing or picking up or taking off slope, you have to put some pressure into the hill with the cyclic. So here, as we set down, we'll hit right skid first. If we set down level and normally. So we'll line up to where we were. And right skid hits just early, just before left skid. And we're kind of to the left a little bit. Doesn't that lower the volume? My speaking volume is all the way turned up. My mic audio is all the way turned up. So to make me louder, I have to turn down the game audio in comparison. So yeah, I did lower volume, but I lowered that to make me louder in comparison. So yeah, taking off a slope landing, my cyclic, my center stick here, the joystick. I'm putting right pressure on that, and as I go up on the collective, you'll see my left skid pick up first. Because I'm leaning the helicopter, there we go. So now we're just hovering on the one skid. And as I'm picking up on the collective to completely pick up, I'm centering the cyclic at the same time, so I end up taking off level. Because if I kept doing to the right, then we'd eventually start sliding to the right, catch the skid somewhere, roll over, bada bing, bada boom, we're on our side, we ruined the whole helicopter. Okay, off we go. Let's go around this big ass fucking caldera with a mountain hill, whatever, in the middle. And zoom out on our Garmin. Now we kind of continue more or less just dead south of here. Get the volume adjustment correct. Let me adjust my seating position. That's why we're a bit wiggly right here, guys. My bad. Pardon me for wanting to be comfortable. Okay. 70 torque. Let's get our ponies up. Let's put some airspeed in this bad boy. I believe we're doing a bay crossing now. 10 to 15 mile bay crossing. Yep. Then we'll hit this other side down here and do the straight crossing, and that will get us to the next island. definitely don't want a landscape view in a helicopter. Exactly. And there is an angle where even if you're not catching the skid on something, if you're on the ground after a certain angle, it does not matter what sort of cyclic movement you put in. It doesn't matter. Whatever you do, you will roll over, and it's a much shallower angle than you expect it to be. Can we do some city helipad landings? Of course. If you can hold on until... I don't know how many we're going to see on the way in. If you can hold on until tomorrow, you will see so many fucking helipads in Tokyo. Like, it's almost obnoxious, the amount of... Like, if I were to turn on the lollipops or the cheater things or whatever, like, you can see the little lollipops here and there, the little toothpicks, sticks, whatever. You do it over Tokyo, and it's like the entire city just turns into a marker, because there's so many helipads there. See a little bit of lift. Get our heading. Our heading's going to be like 1 or so. V&E achieved. Retreating edge blade stall means nothing to me. It's just a line. Chuck back in it. Yep, insurance is a big concern with any low-time aircraft owner. Oh yeah. Extreme idea, landing at every helipad in Tokyo. It's gonna be like a 4-day fucking journey. Yeah, and that's the thing too. I mean, even if money's not a concern for you, I don't know if there are any helicopter companies. Let's say I were to win the lottery today and take home $200 million cash option. I hit the big fucking thing. Even then, from as far as I know, because I've heard of other people dealing with the same thing, I cannot go to ABC Helicopter Insurance and say, hey, I just purchased an H-145. I have my private's license. I've been transitioned to turbine and multi-engine. I'm currently at 78 hours, and I want to insure my helicopter. They will not do it. They want to see you build time and have other helicopters first, or having flown like multiple platforms to get up to that point, apparently. So listening to like Halsey Shire from the Helicopter Podcast and talking about his helicopter group, how they do the brokering for helicopter sales. When they have private owners, they're like, hey, we can keep looking for your perfect H-130, or we can keep looking for your perfect 135. Until then, get this R-44 or get this R-66 and fly the shit out of it. Because you're not going to be able to insure your helicopter if you go straight to Big Daddy Turbine, just because the insurance companies aren't happy with that, or they don't approve of that, or whatever. So yeah, even though I would really enjoy winning the lottery and going straight to a nice 130 or something, you know, then I just, it's not quite a feasible thing, just because of the way insurance companies are so difficult with helicopters. There's so few companies that will insure a helicopter. Oh yeah, self-insure's a thing if you got big money. But I'm unsure of what the holdings that the company has to have, because there's like some sort of legal amount of money that has to be put in basically escrow or whatever. So it's like, okay, cool, yeah, I can set aside the cost of the helicopter and an extra $10 million and just put it in an account and let it sit there, then yeah, you could do that. Yeah, 200 mil, what insurance? What are you gonna do, pull me over? And you just heard of Tokyo helipad landing challenge. Okay guys, welcome to some very, very boring, we're basically flying IFR because it just looks like we're not moving. Love me some water crossings. We could have followed the coast, but I'm not trying to make a super long stream tonight. I'm kind of happy doing all this little VFR bippity boppity boopity around. And I know we'd have to do a little bit of water flying today, but nowhere near as much as the past couple of days. So I'm happy about that. If I don't look at your messages or answer the chats as much as normal, it's because I'm kind of locked in because it feels like the screen's frozen to me. Despite literally just flying straight level, which is also why fixed wings never really interested me. So yeah, look over to pick up my phone and we already turned left for just or right for just a second. A real view, that is what I'm used to seeing. It wouldn't be a multi-shot match stream about flying around the world, being near the Pacific Ocean, and not having at least an weird, ungodly amount of flying over the water. This is what the streams are all about right here. Not that exploring we were doing, not the going in and out of valleys and flying under bridges and leaving IOUs at airports when we take their fuel and running away from Elaine, who's still probably in Russia somewhere. No, it's flying over water. That's what we're all about here. We're gaining some altitude. I don't want altitude. I want forward. Someone should do this IRL. Don't hue of blue. Yeah, the different freaking color blues on the synthetic vision. They should do something slightly different with that. Oh yeah, Tom happens to know a couple of the Australian people that are planning on doing an around the world trip. I know it's been done before. I think the first one to do it was a 206. I think it was a 206L though. It might have been a B3 or B2. There was a 206 that went around the world at some point. I'm sure there's been more than one now. I want to say Pilot Yellow out of Canada, in his company or school or whatever, I want to say they had an R66 that they did around the world, I believe. And now the Australian guy that Tom knows is doing it with I think it's a couple of A-stars or something, or an A-star and H-130 or something like that. I mean, I bet with Starlink now you could probably live stream flying around the world. Self-rising flower. I mean, when we get down here into onto the next island, which we gotta cover this peninsula, then we're doing the crossing the strait. Tomorrow, I think we're going to be seeing the road they film Initial D on, which is tofu delivery. We're about halfway across the thing. It still doesn't feel like we've fucking gone anywhere. I'm hopping between airfields. It's just 20-foot wide on an unsafe strip without trees. Yeah, Palette Yellow 66. I remember him talking about doing it. I don't know if he ever did any videos about it or if I saw him or found his channel after he'd already done it, so I didn't see it happen live. I've never looked it up. I just know that either him or his company had done it. But yeah, so they did it R66. The 206 was the first one to do it. Australian dudes are doing it in the Airbuses. I'm sure other people have at this point. I feel like it's not an uncommon thing, or not. It's not common by any means, but it's not an extremely crazy idea. It's been done, and it's like even beforehand, like you could go like, okay, cool, like we know the distances of everything. We know what the distance the helicopter can do between fuel ups. We know what its range is. Oh, it's too long. Guess what? You have a 55-gallon drum in the back that you can use as a ferry tank. And you can get your co-pilots there and pump fuel over to the main tank. They have self-maintaining helicopters down there. Yeah, everything we fly in the game here is a rental, and it just got out of its annual and had everything touched up. So these are all rentals. No need to worry, guys. All of our maintenance is good. The only issues that are on the helicopters that we fly are the issues that I put in there myself. Cody? I don't know. Cody doesn't work. Cody kind of works. Cody, Dave. Hans. Andrew. Andrew kind of works. Yeah, of course you keep buying new ones. Dude, there's so few cars that I've put tires on. Because I like to buy, trade, and sell and stuff like that. So there's like very few automobiles that I've actually put tires on because I've driven them that long. Except for like race cars and stuff like that, as far as like daily drivers and like maybe only, I think I only bought like 2 sets of tires for a daily driver in like the past 20 years. But hey, that's why the Hellcat's the most reliable vehicle in the world. It gets stolen before it ever breaks down. And it's driven by the people who are stereotypical Hellcat owners and beat the shit out of them. They don't seem to break down until they get in a police chase and it all breaks. Not bad looking dog. I've got some cars that I've kept for a while. My current daily car, I've had it since... I haven't had it full time. I sold it to my dad at one point. I got it back from him. I got it in like 2013. Sold it to him in like 15 or 16. Then I bought it back in 2019. And I've had it since then. And then my 4Runner I bought in 19. And it's been only mine. I haven't. I'm more or less convinced that truck will die with me because I've got enough money into it to where it's like I couldn't sell it and get what I want out of it. So that truck will die in my hands in some way, shape, or form, whether just old age or getting totaled out or something. Do a beach landing up here. Copy that. Say less. Let's see. Looks like there's a little cove up here. We'll try this little cove. I'm not heading for that. I'm heading for that one over there. Kind of near the city center. I want to approach from this way. Number 55. Kainamaru. Fishing. We're at a pretty stout quick stop coming into it as well. $118 knots currently. Little fishing village it appears to be. Still doing 106 knots. And down on the collective, back on the cyclic. Little whoop-de-doo 180 and set her down nice. Actually, I want to be slightly on the beach because you said beach landing, not somebody's backyard landing. Boom. And can I do this real quick? Hold the stick for me. Shift C. Readjust my view. Forward. Shut up. Look here. I'm gonna give you some RPM back, okay? Because I don't want to click the silence button. Keep it between 40 to 50% torque. I'm getting back up to speed. Yeah, we're at operating RPM there. I still feel tall slightly. Where we're heading, we're kind of heading back, quartering right. Onward we go. Let's check your light bulb in here real quick. The light bulb's not working, first of all. That's one thing I wish they would like kind of pay attention to in the game. I don't think it'd be hard Because, like, look, you already have the, you already know what the models of the towers are and all this stuff. So, like, there's no excuse for you not to go like, okay, cool, whatever's on the top of this particular asset or model is going to have a blinking red light on it. No, I don't think that's that hard to try to figure out. Anyways. Also, eventually I know I feel like I've tried it before, but I don't want to crash doing that. And I don't know if me trying to set a skid on that will count it as a crash in the game. And I don't want to mess up our flight. Okay, in-game appendages would be nice. I know that's something that... Which one is it? What's that super nice, like full motion simulator thing that's like now like the popular go-to helicopter one, because it's like one of the first certified VR ones. Anyways, the way they have it, they have like for your center console. Shit, just slap my fucking collective. Or slap my cyclic. They have a thing where it can see your hands and all that stuff, and you have actual like physical switches that you can go and click, and it's kind of like it's VR but AR at the same time, augmented reality. So they have like little QR codes on your center stack to where it will read that and keep you reaching for the correct thing, but it has all the buttons and switches and whatever else, so where you can interact with that, which is what makes it certified. I think a big reason why you can't just certify VR is because you can't flick the buttons and click the breakers and do all the stuff like you would in real life. I think that's kind of a requirement to have a certified simulator. And like me having to pick up my laser pointer here, it's like, oh man, something's wrong. Let me click the fuel valve on and off again to fix a leak or a flow issue or whatever. I think because I have to do that, this setup could never be certified, even as a non-motion setup because of that. But they've kind of like VR and AR'd together to make that a thing. Look, little footpath up here where people walk. Cute. Okay, cool. Okay. Okay. Cool. Warthog project solved that with Quest 3. Okay, cool. I'll look into them. He's deleting people's comments for fun. Oh, I'll stretch my back a little bit. Get ready for this last little leg and jump. I accidentally blocked you. me. Is this a lake or is that the end of the peninsula there? Oh, that's the end of it. So we're almost to our next little water crossing because this was just a short little bit. Oh, this was something I wanted to check out. Okay, cool. So there's like a little floating, not floating, but like bridges and like a town village thing on the water up here. I was wondering why Matt wasn't reading that. Okay, so let me get my Google map real quick, because this is a neat little place. This is a town on a lake. I'm going to butcher the name of it. It's also a national park called Anuma National Park. And there's like whole walking path and bridge and monuments and stuff all here. And all the pictures looked pretty cool for like in real life. Obviously, there's a little walking path between the islands up here. There were some cool old buildings and stuff from what it looked like. Kind of over here in this town in the dock area. This would be a place where I was visiting. I'd want to go see this just because it looked very cool and very different from places that I've been before. Anyways, let's head south. 17. It's going to be our heading until we get out here to the bay. And we're going to scoot on south to the big island. Totally unrelated. Was that when you were working on deleting a comment and you just accidentally clicked that? Nah, he doesn't know your address. He just wants me to come down there and spank you. Oh, you know there's websites called poop centers. He's gonna type his comments up that you deleted. Or that he typed when he was blocked and they didn't get through. He's gonna type them up and print them out and come down and hang them on your front door. But never tell you that he came down there and you're just like, wait a second, I saw these comments before. No, wait, so is that a little helipad? Not on the map. It might be on the map, we're zoomed out some. No. It's on our right, there's a hospital down in town. Angry birds. They have a, I don't know if there's a bird type thing that's a thing on here. Which I know they have a mod for stuff called, what is it? It's called Traffic in Sight, I think. Where it puts like collidable objects. Because right now if you see another plane, like there's no collision between the two. Like I can go fly into a 747 and it just kind of phases out. But there's an app or add-on called Traffic in Sight where it has planes, gliders, drones, helicopters and stuff all kind of in the airspace, but it's like it's almost too many. Like where it just feels like a lot, you know. It'd be a long ass way there. That's cool. We can even see the main island from here. So we're gonna fly over this mountain. This mountain's apparently a big little, this mountain peninsula thing's a tourist spot. I forget the name of it. But then from there we're heading over across the big island. Not Hawaii. Last night I did check, there is with the factory helicopter ranges, there's no way for us to make it to Hawaii in a helicopter. I was trying to check some of the islands south of it because we could kind of jump those. But that would be boring as shit. That would be something where I'd get different controls and set up an autopilot. And just let her fly. Somebody would see me flying over the no, not Mount Fuji. Mount Fuji's down near just to the west of Tokyo. Like it's surprisingly close to Tokyo. This is still on the North Island that we're on here, Sapporo or Sapporo, something like that. I mean, even those other ones that were over there, those weren't even Fuji. It's just Hawaii's full of fucking volcanoes, apparently. But I want to say there's like a temple up on the roof of this one. The roof, the peak. Tanker product, okay. Because he wants to come down there and spank you for blocking him on accident. Did you got your better... Me and you are equal parts as far as guessing. Only thing we know is somewhere down on the Sunshine Coast-ish area. I'm going to assume within 100 nautical miles of that. But beyond that, got nothing. Come on, spawn in, show me a boat. That's the reason I'm down this low. Oh, it's a bigger thing, not bad. Ooh, it's a good looking cat. Little bitty one, Hayabusa, hell yeah. General tanker, that's kind of small to be a general tanker. Hayabusa looks pretty cool even though it's beached. Passenger boat. Hell yeah. Chemical tanker. That's a hoister there. Yo, there we go. That's the biggest one we've seen yet. The Kayak dry bulk. That'd be a big one if we could spawn in. What are your general cargo? Still feels small. Anyways. Again. There's a helipad on top of that mountain. Let's see if the game's giving it a thing. A lot of boats out here, pretty active bay. See now there, if there is a helipad, C2 Skyryer. I'm curious if it gives me the lollipop while we're up here. Or I just gotta look. No lollipop. So let's see. Would it be this place that has a helipad, I assume? It looks like the only place that would be viable to have it. Even if it does, it's not really rendered in. And the geography is kind of unsafe to land on. I want to know how Japan affords all those big layers to label everything. Game doesn't show it. I wonder if it's a newer helipad setup up there. Because, I mean, they have so many different fucking places labeled. Where I don't want to say that it's weird that the helipad's not listed, but there's a lot of newer stuff that maybe it was installed at a certain time. Or maybe they just like, oh man, we already put 7,000 in fucking Tokyo. Let's not overdo it now and put one somewhere. Across the water. Seemingly it looks to be a shorter crossing than the bay was over there. That's good. I'm trying to keep it under 1,000 feet. Just that way I can have the nice waves to look at. Those are always fun. Fun fact, I was watching a random video. My brother's house showed up in it. Was it like a flight sim video where was where they were over just that area? Or was it just happened to be like somebody who was in the same neighborhood or whatever as your brother? Would even be funnier if you were at your brother's house watching the video. And like he was talking to somebody, he was just watching a random video like, hey bro, these people were outside your house at some point. Why is it called, why is the name of this video Spying on My Stupid Gay Neighbor? Only 12:30, not bad. It was a flying video. Oh, okay. I mean, I'm not saying there's a a good chance that we're going to fly over everybody's houses during the stream. But, like, there's a higher chance of just me flying around my local area like I usually do. I mean, we're probably going to have flown over millions of different people's houses. So there's a chance somebody's like, oh shit, he did an auto rotation in my backyard in this video. That was weird. Also, I'm surprised we haven't seen more. I mean, I guess there are planes around, but I'm not seeing any that's like user planes, players' planes. They're all historical, was on the flight radar sort of flights, I believe. Okay, it still feels like we haven't gone anywhere going across the water, but we're closer. Yeah, we're halfway there. I almost just typed doing auto rotation on my address. See, I told you I could figure out where you live. I've had some homies dox themselves on my stream before. Like, I won't go land at their house specifically. And I won't say that, like, they're like an in-person friend, they have my phone number. Like, if you want me to go, like, fly around your neighborhood, then send me your address, and I'll go fly around, or text me your address, and I'll go fly around there so they can see it. And they're like, oh, cool, it almost looks like our neighborhood. Blue Mermaid. I ain't see shit. I'm curious what Hayabusa 3 looks like. RC planes with onboard cameras specifically. Oh wow. We saw them flying over and almost called me to come over and watch them in real life. Does not happen often, as it's restricted airspace and they have permission. Oh, okay. Let's say if they're under 250 grams and that's cool, or if they're under a certain altitude and that's cool, but... Did you ever see the video of the dude who took the RC plane in Hawaii and flew it from one island to the other? He had it with like 3G LTE or 4G or 4G LTE or something as the controller for it. He was just flying it by LTE, and since there was coverage for the entire distance between the two islands, or whatever, he flew it to the other island with like an extra battery or whatever. So it was like a 30-minute flight one way, and then he turned around and did a 30-minute flight back with it. Okay, now we're at the northern point of the main island, basically. Which means that we're basically just going straight to the, to whatever airport down there begins with the letter H. They were huge RC aircraft. Have you seen Tyler Perry's fucking RC aircrafts? I think you get on YouTube, Ramy RC, R-A-M-Y RC. He builds them, and it's like a... I think they just finished like a Boeing 777X or something with like a 40-foot wingspan or something absolutely fucking ridiculous. Do a helicopter Q&A. Even more than it already is? Or do you have something more specific in mind? Because I feel like basically my whole existence while doing this is just a Q&A of some sort. Pleasure craft. It's like a pleasure craft when your mom's on it. Yeah, if y'all have questions about helicopters, I have not seen that channel yet. Ramy RC, R-A-M-Y space RC. And if you find Tyler Perry's house up here near Atlanta, he has like a full paved runway. It's a few hundred feet long, like 500, 800 feet long. Oh, we have wind turbines up here. 800 feet long or whatever, that's specifically built just for RC shit. It's unreal. I suppose it is kind. I feel like once we get bigger numbers in here eventually, then I might do very specifically topicked days. Like right now, it's like, okay, cool, we could do helicopter Q&A and like 6 questions and everybody else is happy because they've listened to me yap already. But I feel like a bigger audience, you would be more primed for that to be a thing, really. Just now, it's like more people asking more questions and bouncing off each other and shit, and you in the comments answering things that you know, and Chuck if he was in here, and whatever other pilots drop by. Flying in prone position. Oh yeah. Those planes are fucking giant. Like, you could definitely run it. Yeah, if y'all have helicopter questions, ask away. Tom will answer. I will answer. And if you happen to be somebody in here who's not actively in the chat, ask a helicopter question, and then we can also say hello to you. You've got some thumbs. They work. Actually, I think the Garmin has me on a path that puts me to an approach. Yeah, it gives me like an approach offshore, so I actually get to fly off the guide a bit. How can I get someone to buy me a helicopter and continue to pay for all of it? How long can you hold your breath? Well, see, Tom, his name actually used to be Airbus Fan 350. believe it or not. But I also feel like that you guys who are in here right now, you're kind of like the core group where you either already know about it or you've heard me yap about it enough to where you have a pretty decent idea. Oh. We're on the main island now, so we're happy. Big shit main island pilots. Yeah, he's 10. Now, what if it said he was Airbus Helicopters Fan 350? If his name was Airbus Helicopters Fan 350, that'd be cool. Georgia Plains Spotting, I was about to tell you to jump in on one of your alts and change the name of it, but Tom's listening, so it won't be funny. I was gonna say change the name of one of the alts to like Tom But Better, and come in. I'm ready to get Boeing and Airbus sim controls along with Mosa FFP yoke and flight stick. Oh yeah, dude, I've been looking at some of the higher end helicopter sim controls and stuff. You're just about to. I shouldn't have said anything, damn it. Oh well. It's all fun. No, it was funny the other night. He had showed up and then because we did somehow I pulled off a fucking, this was in the episode before you got here, Tom, because you showed up when we ended up in Anchorage. So it was the episode before that, I believe. Or maybe the one before that. I think it was the one before that, so 2 before you were here. The shenanigans at the end, we did a Airbus A320neo into a barely big enough airport in Alaska or Canada, one or the other, right in that kind of area. And when we were flying, I was like, boy, I hope an Airbus employee doesn't see this, because I was definitely not flying the plane anywhere near correctly. And then not 30 seconds later, a fucking account shows up commenting, and it was like, what are you doing in that plane? And the name on the account was Airbus employee. I was like, oh shit, no, I'm caught. Don't tell the fucking CEO. Then a few seconds later, the fucking another account called Airbus CEO comes in. It's like, oh, I heard you're flying my plane in here. It was so fucking funny. But on that, I nailed it. I landed fucking, I don't want to say perfect, but we did a fucking gnarly, cool landing. I was very excited about that. We gotta go down this way. I was curving to the left, as always, as you do. Like a weird bay harbor type thing over there. Okay. But yeah, somehow with my freaking cyclic and collective and and everything like it. Like I won't say I was proud of how I flew it, but the fact that I went in without a scouting pass first, I had no idea what the approaches were. Robinson, that's right, I forgot about that one. God, I just really love them Robinson helicopters, you know? But, I completely forgot where I was going. Kind of blanked out because I was watching the chat be silly. Blah blah blah, helicopters, something. I think City Hall had a helipad over here. Let's just see what that looks like. Hello, Vini. Where's your helipad? Is it the big square? Tell me it's the big square. Probably. What's over there? Yeah. We'll do a slam and scram on their square. Boop. Off we go. Thanks for your square. Clean. Why else saying hi to me? Poor Robinson. Yeah, I think, because like I said, this is taking this one way and a different way and whatever, yeah. I think we're going to that lollipop, that further one down there. A little bit of water crossing, but not that bad. Gotta just shimmy a couple minutes. I've got probably 5 different YouTube accounts just from other email addresses that I have for like businesses and Gmails and shit, because it will just like default you a YouTube account. Or I'll be logged into that fucking email account and go to YouTube to watch something, and then it automatically makes me that. You want the YouTube account? I'm not paying attention. I'm like, yeah, just log me on, let me see. And I'm like, oh. So yeah, I've got like 6. Yeah, there's a lot of little airplanes around us, but I think they're all... It's kind of like the same flight path to get to, like people doing the Trans-Pacific flight path. They're probably all pretty high. Not visible. I know y'all were complaining because we got off the water a few minutes ago, but don't worry. I decided to throw us back over this little bit just for shits and giggles, you know? For old time's sake. I determined that if I ever need to drill a well, okay. I'm gonna call Matt, he's a water magnet. I'll get my little dowsing rods out, we'll figure it out. You need somebody to drill a wet hole? Don't worry, you've called the right man. If you have a hole or you know of a hole that's wet, call me. Actually, don't have too many people calling out fucking wet holes. Problem some people would wish to have. It's a curse. More wind turbines over there. Allegedly. Who knows? All I know is we're getting close. Once we hit down the end of this, we're going to cross over like a military airport. And Patrick... Robinson R44 Raven 2. Hello, Patrick from Lahaina, Hawaii. I know it looks nice here, but we're actually just now on the second island of Japan, the big island of Japan, heading south. Just make sure you're shaped like a cyclic collective. I don't know. I don't think Patrick is... No, we have one of the guys jumping in and out of here with alts. So, Patrick might be actually a new person. Welcome. If not. No, that one's actually not me. Damn. Bye, Patrick. It's nice meeting you. Patrick Bay. It's gonna be funny. It's gonna get to a point where we don't trust anybody coming in. Will prevent me from coming back. Patrick, definitely not Georgia plane spotting. Fly without my pedals for a little bit, sit up straight and stretch a little bit. We're very close now. We're alarmingly close. Like, we're almost making a 10-mile call close. Keyword for tonight. Start doing it again, you're like, well, technically it's this morning now since it's fucking 1 o'clock. Okay, back on the pedals, let's go. $86,000 seconds in timeout. Freaking windows over there. Holy crap. Okay, cut this way because there is a aviation museum I want to fly over. Yep, cutting at the big old tanks. That's what I want to do. Perfect. Whatever military base is up here. This is Helicopter November 420 Foxtrot Whiskey, call sign Fuckwagon. We're about 10 miles to your northeast, inbound to do a flyby and circle of your little air museum, then get on out of your airspace. Boy, the viewership numbers were really up tonight. What happened? Well, everybody had 17 different alts. There we go. That's the big old Pacific Ocean off to the west. Or off to the east. And I guess off to the west too. Just more like the sea between the the Japan of China, you know? How much longer until we arrive? I kind of feel like a stream extension would be nice. At the bottom of this lake that's in front of us will be a military base airport with a air museum at the northeast corner. We're going to swing by, and then I'll have to let Matt read it before you ban it. Or do you? Chock full of nuts. Hey, leave my ex alone. We'll see what it's just now 1 o'clock. We'll see. We're not too far. It's this military base, and then it's like another airport just south of like 5-10 miles south of the military base. That's the goal for today. Good day, everyone. Totally not Joe. Damn, look at me, just aiming for the fucking water to fly over. It's like I'm obsessed or something. Oh. Nope, somebody drew a penis in their field. Very crude one. Not that good. Looks like it might just be. Cool, that's gone, but does that kick not your, or know your Joe from coming back and you kicking alt? That's the question. Know your Joe, can you hear us? Are you still able to talk, or did it block your main account from speaking? Say that again, please. Dang, he works. David Chong, medical. Hello, David Chong. Are you David Chong medical as opposed to David Chong holistic? Or as opposed to David Chong mechanical? But welcome to Japan, nonetheless. I can't keep up, and I can't check my main computer to see if y'all are being silly or what. I'm a surgeon. David Chong, if you're real, I'm sorry. We're being goofy goobers here on chat tonight. You're the one with the chat logs, right? What are you a surgeon of, David Chong? Literally what I just asked. What are you a surgeon of? I don't even know anymore. Don't even know anymore. See, the thing is, like, I don't believe it. Too many damn alts flowing around. So David Chunk, if you are real, if that's your real name, everybody's been jumping in and out of chat with alts and changing the names in all their alts. So, you're either one of us, or if you are real, then you're just stuck in a war where nobody knows what's real or not. Must be Jeff. Guys, we're gonna sound crazy to all the new people. Because we have new people that actually show up every once in a while, you know? Our club's relatively exclusive, but it's not that exclusive. Study in China, then move to USA. You're in a phase change state. We're in Japan, and soon we're going to be going to the mainland China, aka Taiwan. And then we're going to go to West Taiwan, which most people just call China. Okay guys, the final stop on our sightseeing tour, we are flying over a military base here in Japan. And we are going to kind of readjust my headset so I can fly comfortably. We're going to do a little orbit. Oop, there's their fire training place right there. Very cool. We're going to do a little orbit of this museum, just out of respect, you know. Let's do a normal orbit. Let's not pirouette it. An R22 in China. Yeah, this is a museum here in Japan. I suggest going to go visit it if you ever want to go to Japan and want to go to air museums. This right here happens to be one of those. You see parking is over here on the east side. Building, they've got quite a stout building. Plenty of stuff parked inside, good outdoor seating, very clean, very well kept. Highly suggest going to go check it out. I'm curious they have a Zero. Speaking of the Japanese Zero, what is it? A museum or something here in the States actually has a flying Zero now. They just took it up for its first flight yesterday or something. Cool. So now we just basically head down the coast to down here, and we'll be done. Frederick Smith, welcome. From Fredericksburg, Texas. Very cool place. On a Robinson R22. Nice. I seriously don't know what's going on in this chat anymore. But hello to everybody who's now popping in. If you're real or you're not real, you know, either way, you're welcome here. But yes, Frederick, this is Japan. We're currently on the northern-ish end of the main island. Yeah, Frederick, a lot of nonsense. Basically, all the regulars that have been here for a majority of the 20 days, they have decided to start logging into all of their alternate accounts and changing their names. And we have no idea who's real and who's fake at this point. Hello, David. Who's from Texas? Who has a Robinson? Not me, I don't even have a PPO. David's the one with the Robinson. I'm in flight training though. Cool, are you doing a fixed wing or are you doing rotorcraft? I assume if you're watching this, you're probably doing helicopter stuff. Chalk person? Chuck's he's been here for a while. Write him out. This is a fucking mess. Yeah, we're trying to do it. We are trying to do daily with it. When I say we, I mean me. There are some days that I'm tired and I don't want to do it, or I have more strenuous or busy day doing things and I won't hop on. But it'll be mostly daily. Oh, and Frederick, yeah, everybody's been logging into alternate accounts and typing. So we don't know if you're real or you're fake. But if you are real, thanks for being here. If you're fake, also thanks for being here. And engagement farming at that. Yeah, don't listen to them. We don't know who's real and who's fake. I don't think anybody knows at this point. Yeah, see, chock full of nuts. He is fake. He's a known alternate account. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, everybody has like 2 or 3 different YouTube accounts that they have for like different email addresses or whatever. So they're all changing their names and logging in under a different account and saying something silly, and we have no idea who it is. That's kind of the ongoing joke tonight. Oh yeah, everybody's always... I'm not gonna say everybody's always in here cutting up and doing things. But, for the most part, people are in here talking and chatting, and I'll be answering questions about things and stuff and yapping, and it's all fun. The channels were both created 10 minutes ago. Well, you said wait more than 2 minutes before. Trick question, maybe Georgia Planespotting's real name is Frederick Smith. Here's a brain buster for you. Okay, whatever the name of this airport is, what is it? Hachinohe? Okay, Hachinohe, this is helicopter 420 Foxtrot Whiskey. Call sign fuck wagon. We are right here. You can see us coming in. We're going to be landing on your ramp in about 45 seconds or less. Hachinohe, whatever tower. Oh shit. That tweaks me around. Let's do this. Nope, still not right. Okay, better. Good enough for landing. Oh, there's little helipads here. Let's touch down on this. Old runway and shit too, that's cool. It's be a cool place to do like little hover practices and stuff. A little parking lot full of helipads. This thing's fucking big enough. Jesus. Let me zoom in here on this real quick. Yeah, not part of the airport. So this is like an old heli base or something. So now I'm curious. Stream is not coming to an end. Well, yes, but no. We're going to do some shenanigans flying around here. Yeah, we're going to go land on the main tarmac real quick and call that an end for the around the world part of today, but I'll do some shenanigan flying after we kind of lock in our final position so we don't lose any progress. Kind of my rule for all this is we get to the airport, we land, and once we land and go through shutdown or whatever, that gives us the progress for the stream. But afterwards, we can shenanigan around and play around some. Now let's see, fuel tanks, we're just going to call this little spot here ours. Okay, guys, welcome to whatever this, whatever this place is. No, Thomas Robinson R44. God damn it. Guys, welcome to whatever the name of this town in Japan is. Hochigo? Hachinohe? Welcome to Hachinohe. That will bring us to this, the end of this section of our it's like fucking Scooby-Doo. Everybody's pulling off masks. Tom, no. Yeah, so that brings today's little bit to an end, which that's cool because we'll gonna hop out and do a different. Actually, let's hop out of the helicopter real quick. Shift C. Boom. There we go. We did it. We flew a helicopter today, boys. Us and John Doe there. But we'll hop into something else and shenanigan a little bit. But now we're locked in here to Hachinohe, whatever. I would have gotten away with it too, wasn't for you meddling kids. Well, make sure that if you're real or if you're fake, you're clicking the like button or whatever. Absolute baiting views. Yeah. God, we're really tricking them. All 12 of us in here. Actually, I want to kind of fuck around this little air base above it. That's kind of cool. Well, I guess it was a thing. Okay, whatever. Or I don't want to shenanigans too much. Hit like and sub. Hell yeah. Bye, David. Have fun doing medical. Set his departure. Would even be funnier would be oh yeah, and also bye, Georgia Plains, but I see you up there now. I wonder if Frederick's got to go too. We believe the doctor is Georgia Plains spotting. I don't even know who you are. To put it at a minimum, I'm very lost. Okay, it's already spawning it in me running, but okay. Hey, Governor, do you want to do governing? No? Governor off, Governor on. What are you doing? Do you not know how to governor? Gonna put me in the green? Governor should kick in. Okay, cool. Seems like it might be working. Let's see. The around the world part of the stream is done, but sometimes, depending on how I feel, we'll do some shenanigan flying. And not be as serious, and it's like, okay, cool, if we happen to biff it and crash, then not that big of a deal. Nope, why are you overspeeding? Oh, better. Because my general rule is if I crash during the stream, we don't just respawn and keep flying because it'll kind of put you back in the air where you crashed at. My general rule is if we crash during stream, or at least during this Around the World series, then we restart at the last place that we got fuel, or the last place that we like stopped. So I try not to shenanigan too much during the stream or during the Around the World session. But now that we're no longer doing the Around the World, we come out here and we're silly, silently watching. And he was like, you know, it's gonna be fun to like extra fuck with these guys, because now none of them trust each other. I feel like I could be a little bit taller. We are the Borgule Assembly. Honestly, at this point, I just don't know. I just don't know. Let's do backwards auto rotation. What do you guys think? Do it from ski hover. So we'll come over to the threshold. We'll do a risky hover at like 200 to 500 feet above ground level, out of ground effect hover. And we'll do a couple of reverse autos and just practice that. Things should file a complaint. Please tell me this isn't going to be a daily thing in chat. I hope not, and I'll have to ban everybody and start again and find a new audience. Okay, more or less a stop here. More or less a hover. Just a little descent. Let's arrest the descent. Cool. A little tail strike at the end from stopping, but not too bad from an out of ground effect reverse hover. Nobody's getting banned. How do you know Georgia Plane Spotting lives in Georgia, huh? How do you know he's just not in Alabama and he commutes in every day? Mm-hmm. What's up? Adios, David. Get for not working right, Governor. Everybody's a mod. Frederick Cynthia's been paid. Tom, don't do shit. Like, you know, this looks great for analytics, so we can have identity arguments daily, you know. Wish the governor would work on this. It's so dumb that broke. Literally works on every other helicopter, even though there's no governor switch. But on this one, it just doesn't want to work. I think y'all scared a person off. See, and the cool thing is, it's like, if you think chat's silly, just like, don't be in chat, or only comment what you want to comment. That's the neat thing. You don't have to participate, but the fact that everybody's fighting it, or assuming it, or going along with it, just leads me to believe that it's all the same people. Or they're just having fun. Either way, you know, either one's welcome, you know. I'm not going to say it's engagement farming. I don't care. Just have fun, you know. I don't want people sitting here and just be like, okay, cool, well, you didn't line up that approach at the perfect 5-degree angle approach, whatever. And give Tom moderator powers today, then everybody starts going crazy. And then he's just having to deal with it. Like I say, it makes me happier in my mind to assume that everybody's actually a unique person. And that everybody's just going along with it equally just to fuck with everybody else. Come on, show me your boats, come on. Rendering me a boat. Show me a boat. Let's find somebody to chase. Yes, they do have boats on Microsoft Flight Sim. They kind of got together with, I think, like GA boats or some sort of boat simulator company or whatever, and they gave them good models and everything. Well, David, you know, this ain't China, so this is America, and we can and do and say whatever we like to here. Let's follow this red SUV. Let's avoid this power line. Why are y'all going so fast? I'm trying to fly backwards for you. I wonder how long this road goes until it turns. Oh, it started turning there. Okay, cool. Konnichiwa. Some poor dude just delivering fucking tofu. Bye, David. My French ring. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if it was Georgia plane spotting and he was just goofing around. He says he's gonna get off and he doesn't. Either way, it was funny. I was laughing. Getting some good enjoyment out of it. Looking at it while I could, while I was also trying to be a shenanigan pilot. Get on the skid, hurry! There's a bridge coming up! Hurry! Truck! Can we go under this one? What do you think? Nope, can't go under that one. It's no fun. Anyways, like I was saying, get on the skid! Oh, it disappeared. I have to find somebody else to rescue down here. I don't think we can go under this one either, guys. Hurry, get on the skid. The bridges are all the way to the ground for me. I can't go under. You watch, I'll even try doing a skidding on the ground where... Yeah. See, it tries to put me up onto it. Like, I'm always confused. This is just par for the course. I wonder if I can go under the ones here over the water. We're just crashing helicopters here and everybody's having identity crises in chat. Water bridge, under or not? Hey, that one's doable. Oh, that one caught me somehow. I had room. Shut up. in the jet for now. Get your cats on the laters. Adios, nuts. And if Joe's also accompanying nuts, then adios, Joe. Something about me and following red trucks today. I guess I just make good targets. Get on the skid, there's no time to explain. Yeah, I know I gotta get closer, my bad. Get on the skid. Cool, we got him. Hello. Oh, shut up, you don't need that. You have a governor that's on, literally. You just don't want to work. Actually, let me just sit down right quick. Wait for my turn to the light. Ew, gross. There we go. The red truck doesn't know what's doing. Ronnie, hello? Hey, look, Georgia plane spotting's back. And for any real people that are in the stream currently, we've finished our flying around the world for today. So we're shenaniganing to blow off some steam to get off or get out of the monotony of straight and level for the past 3.5 hours. We're just doing a normal commute to work at 80 knots now. Street signs be damned. This is our turn. Another day at the tofu factory. Cool thing is, this being a Robinson, it's 2 blades. Means we can land right here. And park and go in there. Actually, here you two. Oh God. Oh, this is fun. Well, let's see this is true. Go back to a message where I know somebody. And there's another Georgia plane spotting in there now. Well, I took the moderator powers off the one that I knew was Tom. Okay, so Tom still has it. So I think you're just playing with yourself then. Oh, that was me just trying to figure out who was who. There you go, you're back. Say something again, you're blue again. You're also like 30 seconds behind. So I just went up to one of your messages that I knew was you and demodded it so that way I could see if he was just commenting to himself. It's because I knew I remembered a message that you sent way up there, so I just went and clicked on that one. Yeah. So yeah, you're just 30 seconds behind. There was no malice. It was just me figuring out what the fuck was going on. Since y'all were asking, or Tom was mentioning or something, career mode. I haven't done career mode in like fucking months. Dude, y'all are feeling left out. I'm sitting here watching a fucking like mental asylum get let loose in my comment section. I have no idea what's going on. You know, part of me is always like, oh yeah, like maybe one day when I'm driving around Single, I'll have like a subscriber meetup or something one day, and now I'm just fucking terrified of you guys. Come on, load in. I'm going to show y'all a long line AS-350 H-125 mission. Cool, I don't care about these. You can fast forward through this shit. Let's go, I don't care. I'm not going to do your specialty missions. Could care less. Could absolutely care less. Blah, blah, blah. There's a really good agriculture one there that pays substantial. 749,000. But I like doing my external load stuff here. As you can see, there's a million different external load missions kind of right here in this area. 160, 126, 177. It's probably a heavy one then. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so if y'all want to stop arguing with yourselves, or you can continue, but I'm going to do this to kind of show you guys what the career mode looks like a bit here. Difficulty 4. 45 minutes predicted time to finish, but we'll have it done in like 4 minutes. Dude, the analytics for this fucking chat's gonna be unreal tomorrow. Cool, so yeah, we're gonna take off from the pad, come over to the ship, pick up something, drop it off. Accept mission. Should show us in A hangar. I'll do a little bit of maintenance to make sure we're still good. Okay, game, hurry up. Let's go. Cloud-based gaming. Let's do the thing. This is so much more entertaining if it's actually none of you guys and it's just a couple of randoms that come in and figure out what the fuck's going on and start fucking with everybody. Okay, so helicopter here, management. So we'll go there. I haven't been in career mode in a while, so we'll do a checkup. Engine details. We're still good on that. Cool. Wash mine as well. Fuel. I do not want all that fuel because we are doing a heavy load. So we're going to be down there. Defuel. That also gives us $9,000 back. So, flight. Okay guys, welcome to the oil rigs in the Gulf of America. Move this over here because I don't need you. Take off the pitot cover, the static port, our blade cover. And this is actually my helicopter that I've purchased. So I'm going to check everything on it. Those are good enough. That's good. Everything's good. We can hop in now. Get my little window open. Wi-Fi router, bro. Anyways, we're going to put this here, actually. I'm going to get rid of this because I don't need that. And this lives best. Kind of out of my way, but visible. Right there. Battery, we're going to go on with that. Fuel pump. Turn the gauges on so we can see them. All that's running good. Let's turn the starter setup on. That's going. Anti-collision lights. Stay out of here, you fucking people. Contact the ground team.
Engines start preparing for takeoff. Please be ready. Copy that we're getting in position.
Then they do a little cutscene thing. As you can see, I can no longer move my cyclic. These people walk around. They give a little thumbs up. And then I'm going to get my cyclic back any second now. This is one of those annoying cutscene things. There we go. I have cyclic back.
Before you leave, the replenishment tanker is stationed nearby. They have a new heavy power unit on board we need to pick up.
Scoot forward a wee bit. Generator, horn, avionics. That can go off. Pitot can come on. We can turn that up. Turn the landing lights on. Floats, arm, sling on. Okay, next up, take off from the helipad. Okay, we got our rotor speed. Taking off. So a little bit of wind from the right. Cool.
Grounder 6, Zargo, leaving Enterprise 209 port with 2 packs.
Brackets.
Reaching pickup zone in approximate 30 seconds.
Zargo, Grounder 6, Wilco. 30 seconds up. Wind speed 11 knots. 2 souls on board. Negative on refueling.
And it's dumb because they make you like fly to a certain area and then click on ready for pickup or some shit like that. If you just fly to the front of the boat, it'll bypass all that. And as you can see, we have a little string hanging out the back of us, which they do a really good job of putting a weight on there, and it holds, or it blows way back. So because we don't have anybody, actually I want to listen to see what their new allegedly they have more communication stuff going on now, or that might be in the beta, which I don't know if I'm in that or not. But usually just come up to here.
Always wanted to pursue this career, haven't you? It feels like we're living our childhood dream every day.
Load checks and security. Done. Liftoff okay.
This should be a heavy load. There we go, we got tension. Needed that ETL on our
Grounder
side.
6 Zargo leaving port with 2 packs en route to deposit zone. Load 2,200.
Yeah, it's like you can look out the bottom, but it's almost fucking useless because the
Zargo nice.
cord is so short.
See you around.
We're going to this one, right? Yep.
Requesting clearance to
Lots of
engage
new faces
offload
down there.
operation.
Hopefully they are prepared.
Green deck
If not,
permission to
we could be in
engage
trouble.
offload ops.
The annoying thing is they put the drop area very close to this fucking vertical. We need more height or else we're gonna hit the thing. Take the tension off. These people are incapable of doing anything at any sort of speed. They have like a 10-second timer when they do something, which is so fucking dumb. Like whatever you do by default, it's going to take them 10 seconds to do any sort of hook or de-hook or whatever.
The tanker crew is heading
Also,
out
I
and
will
sends
say
their
it's
compliments
been
for this efficient operation. Drop by later and we'll go over these outstanding stats together.
like 2 months since I've done one of these missions. So wait for the rotor to slow down. Oh no, Frederick's makes out a black one now. Oh boy. Let's slow our rotor down a little bit faster than normal. Let's throw some collective at it. I don't like waiting.
I'm
The floor
curious
was
about
down,
what
good.
so
we're
just
doing
replace
with
it,
what we've
and we'll
just
have
dropped.
power again for our morning coffee.
Anyway, I wouldn't like getting
For
lost
sure.
around here. Conditions must be pretty tough in bad weather.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they changed much. Long line. And now that it's 2 o'clock and we've shenanigans some, I'm going to tell you guys that you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. I need to eat a little bit of food. Thumbs up time, that's right. It's showing them as different people. Yeah, so that's gonna be it for today. Sorry about the confusion in chat. If there is a real person in here at any point, that's a miracle of somebody that's not one of us gotten here and survived whatever was happening the past whatever times. But anyways, yeah, we're gonna call that a night. Tomorrow will be where we ended here-ish. Probably getting down to here-ish. We're gonna do a whole bunch of stops and we'll probably end in Tokyo. Shorter trip, but more touristy things happening again. So, yeah, it's been fun. And,